Well, it's official. I'm back. I got wild hair. I got wild glasses if needed. We can put those on. We can do all kinds of funny things today because it's your buddy, it's your pal, it's your main man, David Wilcock, coming in live, coming in unexpurgated, unfiltered, and otherwise unafraid of whatever consequences may result from wearing such an amazing black shirt as this. It's a redefinition of the playing field when you put on something this nice and you can just look at yourself and say, man, I look so good. Yes, I do. People say, we missed you, David. Black shirt today. That's right. If you put money on the black shirt, you're the winner. He was convinced it wouldn't be a normal November just like me, but let's see, somebody says. Yeah, so let's talk about that topic. The bottom line here is, folks, that as far as I'm concerned, it makes the most sense now that there wouldn't be any type of major police activity, if you want to call it that, before this November event that we've been referring to. And the way I look at it is really quite simple. There's been so much stacked up in favor of there being a landslide now. Beverly Adams has donated. Thank you very much. Hi, David. Thank you for everything. Fan from Australia, says Joel Harat. Hi, David. Cool chat, mate. Says Gary Ida Music. Well, we thank you, Gary. And, of course, Colin's always ready to come out at a moment's notice and give you a little bit of the flavour from down... Oh, my God, mate. Flavour from down under. You've got to have that perspective if you want to really understand how to do the right show. You've got to have your little smoky smoke here, and you've got to be able to just talk freely in a Queensland Australian accent, mate. And if you can't do that, then what in the bloody hell are you think you're doing here, mate? Got to have some fun once in a while. Don't call it a comeback. That's right. It's going to take a while to see how many viewers we've got, but the good part is I'm on extremely low latency. I'm back on my home set. And that feels really great because obviously I can change camera angles and it's a lot more relaxed because I now have been through hell. I did 2 different live streams on the road with a small laptop and then another laptop for slides. And in the second one, I actually had to use a hotel internet connection that was it's the lowest bandwidth I've ever had. And then we ended up having 7,000 people watching, which is like the best turnout I've had in a very long time. So I have no idea if we're going to hit those kind of numbers today. It doesn't really matter. It's not about the numbers. But they are fun. You know, when you see a crowd of 7,000 people show up for you, that's pretty incredible no matter how you look at it. So I'm really happy to be here today. It's been a long time in coming, you guys. I have had what appears to be a great case, what appears to be a great case of COVID. Yes. And so this really knocked me down. If you've been following my Twitter page, then you'll know about it. But I just got really nailed. I mean, it was it was body aches. So your body hurts to sleep. You start to get like the equivalent of almost bed sores from sleeping. You can't sleep in one position very long. You wake up every hour or two with this extreme fever, and you can't focus on getting to the bathroom even though you have to pee really badly. You're in like a dream state and you don't want to get up, but your body is like, no, dude, you definitely have to pee and you definitely have to pee now. So this is happening whether you want it to or not. We're going to make this happen for you. So are you going to play along or not? Oh my God, I don't want to get up. I'm so freaking tired. Oh my God. You know, it was this weird delusional thing, which I guess they call the COVID brain fog. I never really got it before. You know, when it came out in 2020, I had a very, very mild little issue with a cold that lasted maybe 3 or 4 days. Nothing. But dude, this thing has gone on. I mean, it's not the worst symptoms I've ever had. I've had bronchitis before, and I've had really intense lung congestion, sinus congestion, nasal congestion, where you're blowing green and red like Christmas in your Kleenexes. you get these Christmas tree Kleenexes of red and green. And the red is the blood. There's scabs inside your sinusoidal cavities. And you've got green in there from infected mucus. And then you're seeing this in your Kleenex and you're like, damn. So this wasn't like that. Okay, I didn't have Christmas trees. Thank God. But what was happening was, again, you wake up at night and you feel like you're totally stupid. You feel like you can barely think straight. Your IQ is dropped by like maybe 25 points. I don't know if I could know what that would feel like, but apparently I did, because that's what this experience was like. You're dragging yourself around. You're trying to get to the toilet. And then it takes a long time just to pee. You know, first you got to do it sitting down, then you got to do it standing up. And you got to try out both before you dare to go back to your bed. And it takes like 10 minutes. And you're just sitting there like... So then you're sleeping during the day as well. You're trying to sleep as often as possible. Had more donations fly in. I had Janet Lee. Oh, everybody's going to give me health advice now. This is great. Thank you, guys. Outstanding, great topics. Thank you, says Janet Lee. She donated $20. David looks like a rock star. Well, I haven't had the time to get my hair cut yet. So you got whatever hair happens when it doesn't get cut. Pascal just donated, hey, David, do you know anything about El Cantare? No, I guess I don't. Anyway, we're already at 2,600 people, so that's a rip-roaring start for us today. And yeah, this was very intense, you guys. I did not miss 2 Sundays in the middle of the October before November idly. This was something I had no choice in the matter of. In fact, I feel okay today, but I'm still just kind of like, do I really want to do a show today, man? No, not really. But I do, because there's so much stuff going on that at this point it's like, okay, I can function. Roger Zabarik donated $50. Welcome back, David. We've missed you. You're one of a kind. We love and thank you, from Orlando, Florida. Daisy Alvin Fred often asks this, can we get an update on the funding? Yes. There's been some staggeringly wonderful updates on our funding. And I don't know how much I want to go into right now, but it looks like, well, maybe I'll just say it. Our first order looks like it's going to be very large. The first product order that we get for a jet upgrade program is going to be very large. It's ballooned by 800% from where it was going to be before. So that's a very exciting thing for us. It means that we're going to start with a bang. And our CEO, Chris, is actually leaving on a trip overseas, which almost certainly will lead to him closing on deals and getting money in our account. Because when it really comes down to it, you got to get there in person. You got to get into the room with somebody. You got to look them in the eye, shake their hand. I wouldn't want to shake anybody's hand yet. But anyway, I'm not going on this trip, by the way. We feel like right now it's just too much of a single point failure for both of us to be on one flight with all the crazy stuff that's going on. So yes, we are expecting that he's going to come back with at least 1 or 2 deals closed that will inaugurate our company and wipe out all of our debt and then immediately put us into production. So it's very exciting. And I just got my benefactor, who occasionally sends me a great donation to keep me alive and going. He just sent me something, and I got it from FedEx right before we started, so that was great. DC Lightworker says you had a major influx of energy. Your body had to acclimate. I've been through 2 major hurricanes. I get it. This is a vibrational shift. We got to remember that part of my platform has always been that we live in a conscious universe, and that conscious level is position dependent. So as your solar system moves around, you might move into an area that has a higher degree of conscious. Sorry about this. Maybe I should cut to the slide or something when I want to dig around in my nose. You know, let's just try to think about the viewer before I just go shoving Kleenexes into my nostrils. But when you got snot starts rolling down, you want to make sure you get a handle on that stuff. You want to try to get ahead of the game, you know, but I got to remember, yeah, I could cut to that, And then I just cut back and, then it's all good. Maybe if I just grab okay, cut to that, right, then cut back. Oh, see, it's like magic. I didn't actually do anything. You never got to see that. Dude, this is crazy. It's been going on since September 29th, Sunday of 2 weeks ago. I posted this Archangel Michael reading that I had unsealed. We're going to read the whole thing, actually. It was from February 23rd, 1999. And I posted this, and part of the reason why I posted it was that my health was going over the cliff, dude. I was on this vacation for 3 weeks, staying in Alberta, Canada, at various places that I love. And while I was out there, I just was eating restaurant food, crappy food, I guess you could say, in the sense that it's not organic. It's got typical pesticides. It's got typical chemicals in it that most people's bodies have adjusted to. I'm eating wheat. I'm eating cheese. I'm eating sugar, regular refined sugar. Not anything healthy, I'm just like, okay, give me what you got. I'm on vacation. I'll eat the breakfast pastry with the cherry jelly inside a freaking white flour, crust that's like some sort of flaky pastry similar to a croissant, but it's like a breakfast roll, but it's got like sugar in it and jelly in it and cheese in it. And this is the kind of stuff I was eating, you guys. I shouldn't have done it. I feel really bad about it now. Tristan Early just donated $11.11. I'm going to catch that one. Watch Dr. Eric Berg to learn about health and what to eat. Well, I do know, but somebody says, do you trust the government? Gloria Day asked me that. Well, I think that's the whole point of the show. Like, David's show could be called Don't Trust the Government. That could be like the subheading of the show. The Don't Trust the Government show with David Wilcock. Anyway, I don't believe anything. I mean, I have seen what's possible, and I boycotted television in 1991 after this Gulf War buildup because they were telling us we were going to have World War III on the news. They were telling us there was going to be this effect where all these different countries pooled together and they all decided to jump in on one side or the other of this whole Iraq invading Kuwait thing. So then when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and it wasn't really that big of a deal, and it didn't lead to World War III, I mean, I'd had months of just believing what these people on television news were telling me. And then it wasn't anywhere near as bad as what I was expecting it was going to be. I was expecting, like, yeah, we're at the end of the world. 1991 is going to be when the world ended. Everybody's in a proxy war over Iraq, and it all turns into World War III. Well, that did not happen, actually. D donated 50, says, hi, David, I'm glad you're back. Sorry you're not feeling well. Thinking good thoughts for you. I appreciate that, D. Thank you very much. So when that happened and I realized, like, wait a minute, we had the fall of the Soviet Union occurring. I was a college student going to my orientation. And this is where you actually go to college before you move into the dorm. There's a preliminary stay that you get to have in a dorm before you're actually going to start going to college. They give you a room, you're there for a few days, and you're doing an orientation to get yourself ready to go to college. Christy C. donated $20. Glad you're back and feeling better. Scott Opper donated $5. I think this will be a relatively normal election. I agree. Celebrating his 10th super chat. So here I am. It's a very exciting time in my life. I've graduated from high school with an honors degree. I'm ready to go to college. I've got, decent enough grades. I've lost weight. I've slimmed myself down by 85 pounds lighter. And, oh boy. It's all fun stuff, isn't it, folks? We have some donations coming in. Carlos, thank you very much. Yeah, we're actually not going to let that happen. So, okay. The bottom line is that this has all changed. And when I was there in the 1990s, it was 1991, it was college orientation. And I'm sitting around and I'm looking at this video on television of Russia, the Soviet Union, being in the middle of a revolution. Here is this nuclear power, the Soviet Union, the Soviet Empire, the big, big bear, the one that we're supposed to be so afraid of. This is 1991. I'm in college orientation. I'm in the Hasbrook dining hall with a bunch of teenagers who are all stoned and drunk, or both. That it was just a common thing for people to be doing. And they're just kind of sitting there in this blah, you know, propping up their eyebrows with as much energy as they can muster to keep their eyes open while they're eating. Because everybody is just getting trashed because you're not even going to school. You're just there to be oriented. So you want to orient yourself to being wasted in college. And that's what most of these people were doing, because it was a state school in New York State. And everybody came up from the city and they were all getting wasted. So there I am in the cafeteria looking at the television, and we're seeing tanks bombing the Kremlin. That's right. The Soviet Union is being overthrown. There's a revolution going on where the Soviet Union is being overthrown, and there's tanks in the Kremlin, and they're blowing up the Kremlin. And this is being reported on television, and I swear to God, it's like supposed to be the greatest thing ever, right? Because this is our nuclear adversary. We're always worried we're going to have some type of nuclear war with the USSR. Well, guess what? If their country is collapsing and their government is being overthrown, it's pretty good likelihood that the nuclear fear is over. And nobody even was watching the television. They were all distracted in their own little drunken high world. They weren't paying attention to the real situation that was happening right on television in front of us. And if you've read my books, then you know I almost wanted to jump up on the table and point at the television and start yelling about how exciting this is. And do you guys realize that the threat of nuclear war seems to be over? I mean, this is our nuclear adversary, and they're collapsing right in front of us. Do you guys not see how incredible this is? And of course, I didn't actually do that. I don't like making a big scene in public, so it's not my thing to be some type of loud, crazy, boisterous person. But some people like to do that kind of stuff. I don't. Anyway, the point was, this really changed my life, because there I was watching this happening, and I said, you know what? The television immediately switched from the Soviet Union to terrorists. Like in no time at all. That whole victory that we should have had, they should have had a huge victory. The television should have been so excited, dude. Don't you think? Don't you think it's exciting if the nuclear superpower that we've been fighting since World War II, since 1945, there's been this Cold War buildup, and we're building up nuclear missiles, and it's like arguing over who's got more matches when we're both up to our necks in gasoline. That's the stupidity of fighting over how many nuclear missiles you've got, if you really think about it. So this should have been a victory lap. If you had an honest media, it should have lasted for months. We should have been so excited about the downfall of the Great Bear and the freedom from fear of nuclear war. S. Jules just donated $333 and says, Trump 2024, celebrating her 20th super chat. Thank you very much. Somebody said weather wars. Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about that. But then they didn't even acknowledge it. It was like the media never gave you that win. They never gave you that victory. They never let you feel good or safe about losing the main nuclear adversary that we had. Like, okay, theoretically now there's not going to be a nuclear war because the people we were afraid of have just collapsed. America won. They lost. America still has 50 states. They lost their states. They balkanized. They financially collapsed. They got overthrown. They have a new government. And now it's all these individual countries. That was freaking huge. And for that not to be talked about, for that not to be adored in the media, was what really got me to divorce the media. because immediately after this collapse thing occurs, all of our focus is supposed to be on the war in Iraq. Oh my God, there's a war on terrorism. Oh my God, terrorism is so freaking scary. What are we going to do? We got all these terrorists. Oh my God, what are we going to do? And they just immediately shifted the fear onto something else. And you didn't get any time off to be like, oh wow, this is great. Soviet Union is gone. Holy crap, you guys. High five on that. Way to go. Our country is safer now because there's no big giant USSR to be fighting against anymore. No, we never got that victory at all. And they're trying to make us feel afraid that this thing in Iraq is going to turn into another big war, like a World War III, and it never did. So that was really when I divorced corporate media, because all of this fear, they just want you to be afraid. They pumped up the Iraq war much bigger than it really was. Soviet Union collapses, and they don't even care. They're already on to the next thing, which is war on terrorism. And you don't get any celebration. They're never going to give you that get. So I said, I don't even need a TV. I didn't buy one. I didn't have one when I went to college. And at that point, it was 1991. You're not going to watch videos on your computer, or, there's no such thing as a smartphone. Computers, you could have a laptop, but I didn't even have a regular Windows PC type of system until 1995. I kept my old computer that had a green screen monitor, and it was an Apple IIc with 128K of memory and floppy disk drives. As I've said before, I've actually still got these are the setup operating system drives that I had to use for my computer that I was still using in 1991 when I went to college. I had a very antiquated computer because I was only really using it like a typewriter for word processing. It didn't do anything. You could theoretically go online with it, but what the hell are you going to do? Go to a BBS? Call up somebody's telephone number, and then for what? I mean, online didn't even make any sense in 1991. There were a couple kids in the study lounge that were doing texting with people in Bulgaria. And it's like, oh, wow, email, huh? Okay, you guys are freaking dorks. I'm just going to say that, go ahead and clack it away on your little keyboard and go right to Bulgaria. That sounds freaking awesome, dude. I'm so proud of you, man. Go have your email, I can't imagine what's going on in Bulgaria. It must be freaking amazing. Wow, yeah, you're really cool. I mean, that's literally what the attitude was like about people doing email and being online. Everybody thought they were dorks. Nobody was into it. It was just one kid in the study lounge doing that. That's it. So now, all these years later, I've been with you on many, many shows now. Ancient Aliens, I just got recognized by the guy from FedEx. His name was Raphael. He knew who I was. And he didn't confirm it until he looked at the name on the package. And he was like, okay, David Wilcock, that's you. So that was cool. I've created something that's really got a lasting value here. My position in the Ancient Aliens show was very significant. The people who were producing the show wanted me in their episodes. I would add a lot of content to the show. So a lot of what you see in Ancient Aliens was given extra oomph by me either being on camera or providing data in the background as a consulting producer. And I'm in over 100 of these episodes, and so yes, it is a curse if you want to think of it that way. I don't think of it that way, but wherever you go, you're going to get recognized. And wherever you go, you got to be in a good mood. One of the things I learned as a advice for public figures type of thing is you cannot leave the house if you're in a bad mood. You don't want to be mean to anybody. You don't want to be having a bad day. You don't want to be in a lousy mood. So imagine what it was like. I put this latest post out on September 29th. It's an Archangel Michael reading. And I'm getting this crazy case of COVID. And then I got to fly the day after, which was Monday. And I did this late Sunday night. So I did it Sunday night. I went back to bed. I woke up on Sunday, but I'm up every hour with this fever. And then it turns into, I got to fly on Monday. I got to do all this stuff. I got to drive back to Calgary. And then I missed my flight, I guess because of the brain fog. I had the idea that, oh, we're departing at 2 o'clock. That means that we're boarding at 2 o'clock. That means I show up to get on the plane at 2 o'clock. And in the Calgary airport, they had these horrific fans that were up in the air. And it was like this crazy situation where you got these 100-foot wide, they look like helicopter blades mounted to the ceiling. And they're blowing all of the air around in the frickin' departure gate. And you got everybody's more than half of the people there are elderly people, which means they've probably got some type of, seasonal flu. We're in flu season. And you've got so much air blowing from these fans with all these people sitting in this very populated area, so much air that your hair is blowing back all the time. And I knew right away that was going to make me a lot sicker, and it was stirring up everybody's germs. I could not believe they were doing this. I mean, it's the most unhygienic, crazy situation. So I went to sit down to have some food, some sushi, and then on the television, they're showing this Indigenous people ceremony that they were having in Canada, and it was partly in French, it was partly in English, and then it was partly in Indigenous languages like Inuit. There was one lady who did a long speech in Inuit, and the subtitles were in Inuit, so you really had no idea what the heck she was talking about. But the gist of it was some sort of Truth and Reconciliation Commission, like what they did in South Africa after apartheid, to try to right the wrongs that had been done to black people in South Africa and expose the criminal, genocidal injustices that had taken place. Well, here they're doing something like that in Canada, and they're talking about Indigenous people having been treated badly by the system, having been killed, their deaths being covered up, having been abused, the abuse being covered up. I'm watching this, I couldn't even believe it. And they were playing music, and it was this big deal. And it was on the television in the airport, so that was really stunning. I ended up missing my flight, and I had to go through San Francisco to get back to Denver. And that was a very, very funny story. The flight from Calgary to San Francisco was pretty normal. I was terrified when I realized I'd missed my flight. I'm like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Of course, the boarding ended at 1:45 p.m. They'd even tried to call me. And I'm like, I don't know who this is. I'm not going to answer this. I tried to answer it at the last minute, but then it didn't pick up, and I never called back because I wasn't even thinking, wait a minute, I'm in the airport. If I'm getting a local phone call in the airport, that might mean I'm missing my flight and I better answer the phone. Well, I never even thought of that. That's the type of brain fog. I just board at 2 o'clock. No, you have to depart at 2 o'clock. That means they close the doors at 1:45. But I didn't want to be in this germ fest. So then I had to wait like another hour and a half for the next flight to go, which was Calgary to San Francisco back to Denver. So now I'm not even going to get on the ground until 11 p.m. And I've been sick and I've been traveling all day like this. So the flight into San Francisco was pretty normal, but I have to say it was quite a freak fest. San Francisco to Denver was hilarious for me because everybody had their interesting little thing going on. There was one guy who came on, and he's got this big beard, and he's got a Hello Kitty backpack with tiny little pink straps, and it's this tiny little girl's backpack that this guy was wearing. And there was so many funny-looking shoes, so many men with purses, colorful little purses, like they'd have it right in the middle of their chest or something. They'd be wearing it with a strap. There was like a whole scarf thing that some people were into with these very fluffy scarves. There was a biker category. There were people who dressed up like Harley bikers. There was a cowboy category. And that was what was so funny, was that all of a sudden I had this moment of reflection, and I'm like, okay, everybody thinks I'm like a gay cowboy. because they're assuming that if you're on this flight and you're going from San Francisco to Denver, well, you have to be queer. And then I'm like, well, my gosh, there is a demographic. There's like 7 major character types of how they're dressing. And, not too many of them did the colored hair and the punk look. That was one type, but that was not very common. They were diversifying, and they're creating these new genres of gayness. There were these different layers in which you could be gay, and that was like a social layer of this society that we all had on this plane. And I was the cowboy gay, absolutely, and everybody thought that's what it was. I had the sideburns, had the long hair. I even wearing a Southern-style shirt today. And I was wearing a Southern-looking outfit at the time. It was so funny. And I was very careful not to cough and not to, put my hands on common surfaces. But, man, I was wiped out by the time I got home. It was an incredible ordeal going through traveling for the entire day with this kind of stuff going on. And at the same time, here comes this hurricane. And I am going through this again. Oh, we had a donation, Soulopoly. Thank you, David. Missed your show, says Lisa, your first super chat. Thank you very much, Lisa. We appreciate that. I could go on and on about the 7 categories on the plane, but I don't want to be phobic in any way. It was a real eye-opening experience because everybody had such a desire to be specially branded. Nobody wanted to look normal. There was a few normal people, but that was only one minor category. And everybody had their own special stuff. And there was these 7 major categories of, like how did they want to look? And it was so funny realizing that I was in one of the categories. And so everybody loved me. They all thought I was like this handsome cowboy guy. I'm like, okay, that's... You guys think that's what's going on? That's fine. I'm not going to try to disprove anything. I'll just ride the tide, and take this flight and get treated like a hero, which I was. They were kind of standing around me, and they wanted that cowboy energy just to radiate, through the room, and had a lot of fun. Actually, it was kind of. I did something different on these trips. I'm always trying to be in my phone, I got to look at something. I got to look at email. I got to look at a website. I got to read an article. I got to write my journal. I got to do something on the plane because people are boarding and we're waiting. And oh my God, it's so frustrating. And so flip open the lid and, let's use the laptop as long as small electronic devices. God, no! I got to keep using this device. They're making me close the thing. Okay. Seat backs, the tray tables to the full upright lock position. No electronic devices. Are you freaking kidding me? You expect me to put my laptop away? You expect me to put my phone away? People get mad about it. You know what? I'm like, screw the whole thing, man. Screw the whole thing. I don't even care. I kept my phone in my jacket, rolled up, inside my stuff, up in the overhead storage bin. I kept my laptop in the backpack because the flight that I was on had so many hilarious people who were dressed in provocative ways that are meant to induce laughter and, happiness, I guess, pride. I'm just going to soak in the local color, the rainbow color. I'm going to vibe into all the freakiness that I'm seeing around me, and I'm just going to live with it. I'm just going to vibe into this environment. So I did that. And I actually really learned an important lesson about, no, you don't need to be locked up in your device. You don't need to be always trying to read something or post something or check your texts and check your email and check. And I got to be plugged in. I got to be tapped in. I got to know what's going on, man. No, you don't. Just be in the now. Do the meditation practice of just being here now. And so sure enough, I was very content. I spent most of the time with my eyes closed, meditating. Didn't want to cough. I was making sure I didn't cough, and I was in pretty good shape then. But then I got back here to the house, and right in the middle of this, it's like, wow, man, I have really gotten myself a great case of COVID. I looked up the symptoms of COVID. I'm like, shit, dude, this is exactly the same stuff. It's the fevers, it's the coughing in the top half of your lungs, it's sinus congestion, sinus pain, sore throat, and then this withering fatigue where you literally do not want to do anything at all, and you're stupid. Your brain becomes significantly more stupid, and you can't process information the way you want to. You don't have the nimble mind that you want to have. So I come home from this trip, and I'm very, very, very sick. And I'm in this sort of like deathly state, I guess, because some people would go to the emergency room with this, and then God only knows what's going to happen if you do that. Is it even safe to go? Well, I would rather be here. So I just kept it quiet. I wasn't really talking to anybody about it. But I'm very, very tired. You know, you don't want to get out of bed at all, and you want to just lie in bed all day, and your mind is stupid, and you can't make your mind any smarter. You just got this kind of, you're just out there in the cosmos with this dullard mentality. Like, man, this just sucks. And it was in the midst of this, of being totally debilitated. And literally like, I'm not going to write an article. I'm not going to make slides. I'm not going to get my next show ready. There's nothing I'm going to be doing for all of you guys. I'm stuck in this trap of like this miserable slowness that just goes on and on and on. And you're not really ever that sick. You're not really coughing up all that much mucus. You're not throwing up. I didn't have nausea. That was the only symptom that I could have had that I didn't have. I had a little bit of nausea, but pretty much, and I'd also had incontinence, which is, yes, crapping yourself. Isn't that nice? That happened like maybe 3 times. And it is in the most unpredictable fashion where, you know, it's just a spontaneous thing. And you're like, oh, dude, I guess I got to run to the restroom now. Holy crap. So, yeah, this was very unpleasant. And as I'm going through all this, I'm watching the world unraveling right in front of me. Unraveling right in front of me. I'm seeing films of people that have been hit by Helene, and they're crying, and they're having their dark night of the soul. This, for them, is the end of the world. Their house is gone. There's this storm surge. There's bodies up in the trees. People died in the frickin' trees, right? And they're not even being cleaned up. It's like, well, we don't need food and water now. We need body bags. Holy crap. And there's this widespread destruction. There's this widespread misery. And at the same time, there's all this crazy fear about a port strike. They got the ports, and the dock workers are going on, the longshoremen are going on strike at the ports because they don't want to be replaced by automated robots that can load everything presumably faster and more efficiently. So they're like, F you guys, we need to have humans do these jobs. We can't let it go robotic. And if you don't sign this contract, we're going to throw the whole country into strike and nobody's going to have any food. So that was looking really bad, you guys. And that was just one of the things that was happening that seemed to be in alignment with exactly what we've been talking about in previous episodes, which was that these folks in the DS, whatever you want to call it, they are going for broke. They want to create as much chaos and mayhem and fear as possible. Just like what I saw after this fall of the Soviet Union. It's like, nope, you're not going to get to celebrate that. We're going right into the new bad guys. Now it's terrorists, okay? And oh, the terrorists are really scary. So now it's the end of the world because the terrorists are going to take us over. Okay. Wow, we didn't get any chance to celebrate that, huh? Not even a little bit. Like maybe one day, if that. That was crazy. So now I'm seeing the same kind of stuff going on here. I'm seeing people crying, their homes destroyed, this extinction level event at the same time that there's this port strike going on. This hurricane surprised the hell out of everybody. It went over way too much land, staying way too strong. It somehow maintained a very high level of lethality as it went way the hell inland. So these are people who are not expecting to have hurricanes. They're not expecting to have something like this happen to them. They're not necessarily prepared for this. Well, what had we been talking about in previous videos? I was always telling you, be prepared that you could lose power for up to 10 days, that you're going to need all these survival supplies. You're going to need stored water. You're going to need stored food. You're going to need medicine. You're going to need, the basic necessities. Like I said on Twitter, you discover pretty quickly that you want to have a jug of water at each sink that you intend to use, so that when you, for example, use one of the things you'll do as a man, just to be honest, is you're going to use the sink as a urinal because you can't flush the toilet anymore. So you basically pee in the sink. This is just what's going to happen when you're in survival. And then you open up your bottle of water and you dump the water in to clean out the area after you're done. Because you don't want to fill up your toilets with yellow water all the time, because then that starts to create a mineral buildup and a bad smell. And plus, the toilet bowl takes a lot of water to flush. So pretty quickly as a man, you get this idea, you know what, I'm going to use the sink as a urinal. And then you got to have a bottle of water in there. So that's just an example of, I had this 5-foot snowfall here. I was out of power for 7 days. It was freaking insane. It was insane. I lost running water. No water's going to fill up the toilet. If you accidentally flush the toilet, you're done. And I was smart enough, at least, to have filled up the bathtub when the snow started falling, and I knew we were supposed to be getting 3 to 5 feet of snow. I filled up the frickin' bathtub, because if you remember to fill up the bathtub, if there's a hurricane or anything like that, then now you've got that water in there, and you can go scoop it out and you can dump it into the top tank of the toilet bowl, so that if you do have to take a crap, you can hit the flusher and it actually works. You can use your toilet in a normal way. And I never ran out of water. In fact, after 7 days, I still had a little less than half a bathtub full of water, because I'd been so careful in the way I was using it. But you can have a little 1-liter bottle and fill it up in the bathtub, and then keep one of those at each sink. Just don't recycle all your 1-liter bottles, That's what I did. And you can wash your hands, and, it turns out with your gas stove, you can actually still run the gas stove without needing to ventilate. I mean, it's not the smartest thing, but you can open the windows if it's not too cold outside. So that's what I was doing. I was cooking on my stove. I had to use matches to light the gas because there was no electric pilot. Normally it clicks. There was no clicking sound, and it's not going to light unless you strike a freaking match like you're in France. That was pretty crazy. So I learned how to get through it. I have these solar backup batteries with solar panels, and the EF Delta system with 360-watt panels is what I was using. And sure enough, it ran my refrigerator. I never lost the refrigerator. I never lost all my groceries. I had all the stuff that I needed. I had freezers in the garage, which theoretically didn't have any power, but also it was so cold it didn't really matter. And I put my solar panels out, and I made sure that they were in the sun. And by God, even off of one battery, I had enough energy to keep the refrigerator running. I mean, during the night, it would kick off, and then you'd have to wait for the sun to hit the panels in the morning and start up again. But it never stayed off long enough that there was anything bad happening inside. You just don't open it. And then I still had enough energy left over to charge all my devices, my laptop, my phone, everything, off of one EF Delta. So that was incredible. And I have 2 of them. So I used one just for the fridge, and I used one for my devices. So what we've been through here is this very shocking new layer of the awakening, if you want to think of it that way, where it's like, wow, disasters. Okay, disasters. Whew. Really crazy, bad, horrible stuff can happen. Disasters can happen. Really crazy, You lose power. You lose water. Maybe your house is flooded. You don't have any food. You don't have any supplies. Everything got washed away. What are you going to do? And now everybody has suddenly gotten this reality of prepping and the possibility of disaster just thrust into their faces. And we had Helene come in, and it looked really bad. And then Milton was looking even worse. And I'm just all debilitated, lying in bed, 25 points lower on my IQ at least, maybe 50. I mean, who the hell knows? I was not altogether there. And I felt so sad for these people who have lost everything. And I know what that feels like because I just went through a 7-day blackout, 5 feet of snow. My dog crapped all over the carpet because she was so afraid of me being afraid. So it's like, man, I don't want the dog to know I'm freaked out. Because literally we had this snowfall starting at like about 1 or 2 feet an hour. It was coming in that quick at first. Maybe like a foot an hour. And I kept telling her, girlie, you know, it's bad, da-da-da-da. And so she knew. But then I wasn't prepared for the fact that my dog's actually going to shit all over the floor. So I shoveled for 14 hours straight on the first day. Starting at, she crapped at 3:45 in the morning. As I got up, I had to clean the crap off the carpet first and then fight 5 feet of snow coming down all in one day, basically. It took a little longer than that, but the worst of it was at the beginning, and so I opened up the door. This is different than the type of disasters that people have been talking about now with the hurricane, okay? I get that. But imagine opening up the door and it's all frickin' snow. And you actually have to chip your way out of your house from the top down to create any way to get outside. That's how frickin' crazy this was. And then it keeps coming off of the roof and refilling that crack, so you have to keep digging out the whole thing, top to bottom, with a shovel. I mean, it was so insane. I still haven't published the footage of what that was like. Maybe I should at some point, just as a way of like processing it. And then my dog needs this really long way to walk before she's going to take a crap or even a pee, really. She'll pee, but not crap. She needs to have distance. So I had to shovel this huge path. And we ended up with like a 5-foot thick channel of snow that I'm having to walk through to walk my dog. The guy that was our snowplow guy had somebody quit on him because he made a mistake and he didn't know how to drive in snow. And he was trying to drive his way out of a ditch. And as you drive your way out of the ditch and you're rolling the wheels in the dirt, what happens is that you keep smashing the truck up and down on the rocks that you're on top of. And the next thing you know, you've smashed out all the undercarriage of the vehicle. So then the guy that ran the snowplow company got all mad at him because he'd already been warned, don't do that. If you get stuck in a ditch, do not try to drive out of the ditch, because you're going to keep smashing the undercarriage over and over again. That's exactly what he did. He ruined the vehicle. So then he quits because he doesn't like getting yelled at about disobeying his instructions. And so all of a sudden, here we are for a week with no plowing. We had nobody plow us out. We were trapped in here with a 5-foot snowfall, no power for most of the experience. It was absolute insanity. And it's part of the reason why I'm really hoping that I'm going to be in a warmer climate this summer, or this winter, and not end up here again. But in the middle of all this, I was calm, and that's one of the things you got to do is you just don't freak out. You just take each day one day at a time. I always have 7 days worth of food. I always maintain excess vegetables, excess meat, excess eggs, excess butter. Basic things I'm going to make, basic things I'm going to cook with. I have frozen steaks, and I kept up with it, and I was fine. I ate good meals, never ran out of food. I even had some sweet stuff because I was all backed up on sweet stuff. Had plenty of nuts, plenty of seeds, pumpkin seeds, and I was fine. I had tons of water. That's the other thing, is I always have 15 5-gallon jugs of water stored in the garage. So I've been through the hurricane type of experience that can be delivered here. I've been through those types of extreme survival situations, and they are intense. And so at the same time, I'm watching Helene happening, and then Milton is like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. It's going to be like a Category 5, maybe even a Category 6. And the prognostications, which up until it all fizzled, and I'm not saying that it wasn't bad, because it was, but it did not bulldoze everybody at a Category 5 level like we were being prepared to think would happen. And again, I had written on Twitter, X, right before it was going to make landfall, I said, it hasn't happened yet. We can't be absolutely sure of what this is because it hasn't happened yet. And it was really scary. It was really scary for me thinking that the people of Florida, Tampa, that whole area, that they could end up with a, potentially 13-foot surge of water where you're not even going to live unless you're up in the second floor of your house, providing your house doesn't get washed away. That level of kinetic force of Category 5, if it had stayed over the land, which is what it did, remember, this is what it already did in Hurricane Helene. It stayed viable over the land for a much greater distance than we anticipated at a high level. So that's what people were instinctually assuming was going to happen with Milton, that it's going to just frickin' be a biblical level or extinction level event for a lot of people in Florida. And I'm debilitated and I'm sick and I'm watching these videos. And then by this point, it's like the response for the first one is being inhibited by certain groups. The emergency response was being blocked. And you're watching this and you're thinking about it. And it really is one of the most astounding criminal conspiracies that anybody's ever seen in their lives. But it doesn't seem all that different than what happened with, for example, Katrina, where people were told, go inside the Superdome, and then they got in there, and they locked them in, and then there was nothing. They had nothing. Nothing could get in, and they're just being held in there for like 5 or 6 days. It was like 5 days at least. And this was like that kind of a ploy, but on a much larger level, involving a much greater number of people spread out over a much larger amount of land. But I wrote about that Katrina thing in my book, The Synchronicity Key, as an example of how it's the unveiling of the negative, that, wait a minute, you can't tell me this was botched. You can't tell me it was because so-and-so's on vacation or he's golfing or something. Oh, yeah, well, they screwed up. They just, they didn't screw up. I had been briefed on this by insiders years before, that there was a plan to create disasters and herd everybody into superdomes and lock them in and not let them out until they were all gone. I'd heard this from my insider, Dr. Bruce Perrett, while we were living together in the same house beginning in 2003. And he had told me about that plan. And he had told me also about the idea that Vegas was a trap, that they wanted to take a bunch of people from LA area, move them to Vegas. If you go to Vegas, you'll be safe. Then the plan was that they cut all the power and they cut all the water and they cut all the sewer, and there's no way to survive in Vegas, but you're not allowed to leave. And so the hope was that that city would become this huge honey trap in which they could lure in millions and millions and millions of people. And then it's all an offering. You offer them up, and they're not going to be here. That's the idea. That's how sick what we've been dealing with really is. And so I was briefed on all this, and then I actually saw it happen with the Superdome. It's like, holy crap. They really mean it. Well, now they've done this on a much larger level, and it's created so much horror that there's been a very intense mass awakening. And I was of the opinion that we were going to see some type of arrest scenario before November. I've talked about this extensively, that it was my opinion and belief based upon very credible intel that keeps coming at us day after day, and you'll see the page again on X where you can find this stuff. To me, this is the source of intel that's the most credible. Anybody else who's trying to say that they're ahead of this intel, no. Sorry, I just don't believe it. This is the mouthpiece of the alliance. This is the way they're getting information out to the public. They did it in other ways before, back starting in 2017. Hence this letter of the alphabet, as we've discussed. And people are seeing the fulfillment of something I've been talking about, this so-called plan. The plan is reaching its fulfillment. But based on this credible intel, I wasn't expecting a normal November. I wasn't expecting that we were going to see people going out and voting in a normal way. We saw 2020 be very strange, and people were not doing anything in their normal way. The life that we had got very disrupted. We're sick with something just like what I have, and thank God it's almost over now. But it's debilitating. You have a brain fog. You're not thinking clearly anymore. You're flat on your back. You're weak. You can't function. You don't have enough intelligence to think things clearly enough for me to even figure out, like, wait a minute, 2 o'clock departure. I can't show up at 2 o'clock. I need to board. 15 minutes is when it's going to close before the departure. What in the hell was I doing thinking I didn't need to show up until 2 o'clock? So I was more easy to manipulate because I was sick and my mind wasn't working right. So all this crazy stuff happened in that particular year ending in 20. All this crazy stuff happened. And it seems, for somebody who doesn't know how to read the tea leaves, you would say, wow, this was all just a big coincidence. All these tragic things converged in that year, and we also had a November, which wasn't a normal November at all. So everybody's got to use the mail, or they're just too flat on their backs or scared of, rioting and whatever else is going on. It was a very intense time. We had all kinds of violence going on. We had all kinds of terrifying things that would just make you feel like your life was in great danger. And then, of course, it didn't work out the way that we thought it would. And it was a shocking upset for many, many people. Not everybody. I mean, some people were thrilled. But for those of us who were not thrilled, it was like, whoa. And I expected that the alliance was going to do something back then. What I didn't see was that this plan actually involves allowing these folks to do what they did, to occupy the office, and now it looks like, yep, they're going to do the entire 4 years. They're going to be allowed to run right through the entire 4 years. They're not being opposed in a public force majeure type fashion. Force majeure means major force. It's a French term used in war. A force majeure is a contract clause that you'll hear about, like, okay, we can't necessarily fulfill the terms of our deal. If you give us money, but there's a force majeure event, then we can't necessarily fulfill this contract, and you can't sue us if a force majeure happens. So that's where it comes from. It's a legal term in contract law that gets you out of trouble if you have a hurricane, if you have a very big natural disaster, or it could be an economic collapse. A force majeure event is something that indemnifies you from defaulting on the contract, because you got to write it in there. You got to say, there could be some freaking crazy tornado. We'll just call it force majeure. Could be an economic collapse, could be a black swan event, could be, military occupation of our country. That could be considered force majeure. If foreign troops come in and they're actually rolling tanks down the street and you can't leave the house because you're under martial law and quarantine, That's force majeure. And force majeure interrupts your ability to do what you want to do. But you got protection in your contract. So I have obviously been paying attention to briefings and paying attention to the information, the trickle feed of what we get, of what little I can get. I'm not getting any private briefings anymore. I used to have them. That's cut off a long time ago. Basically, since Pete Peterson died, I've stopped having most leaks. I've had some other leaks from people in Stavati in various ways, but they're not about current events and the plan. They're about things like, Area 51. And that type of intel is great. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a fascinating thing to discover that what we could now think of as Space Force is way more advanced than people thought. And they actually do have spaceships, but it's all still classified. And you got to remember, no matter how heavily classified something is, if it's real, it's as three-dimensional and solid as anything you can put your hands on. There are huge underground bases. There are huge bases on Mars. There are huge bases on the moon. There are giant spheres that control a Stargate system that was built by Draco-reptilian aliens that they abandoned because they upgraded and got newer, better stuff. So there's spheres that are like small moons that we can load in like 3,500 soldiers, and they all live inside this sphere somewhere in the galaxy that was built and junked by the Draco. And you can build a command system in there, and the Draco don't want it. It's their garbage. It's no use to them anymore because they got better stuff. It works better. It works faster. They don't need the old stuff. So when you start to delve into the world of the Area 51 insiders and the people who really did go there and work, there's a huge, huge amount of data that intersects and connects very beautifully. And this included things like getting my insider Jacob, Uncle Jack, to meet with Pete Peterson, getting him to meet with Henry Deacon, watching them compare stories. I was with Jacob when he met Sergeant Bob Dean, or Major Bob Dean, I guess, retired Major Bob Dean. And there was a world of cosmic top secret clearance. It still exists. 35 levels of need to know above the President of the United States. And at that level, they are interacting face to face with various human-looking extraterrestrial beings. Some of them fit into a particular angelic category, such as Valiant Thor, who arrived in the 1950s, starting in 1957, went to the Pentagon, apparently collaborated on this thing that we're calling the plan. But multiple aerospace insiders independently told me about these human-looking ETs. They have a glow coming off of them. You get a spiritual high when you're around these people. You actually feel a blissful consciousness. And they are standing there in front of you, giving you this energetic experience. They seem to smile almost more than is, it's almost an awkward amount of smiling. So I've heard them called the happy friends. But yes, there are going to be different types of beings that you're going to see if you work at Area 51. I've heard of reptilians. I've heard of beings that look just like gargoyles. I've heard of little people. And I'm talking about like dwarf elf size, like old mythologies about people who are only 12 inches tall. There are people like that. And they work with various government organizations, and there's different types of grays that exist. Everything that looks more like what you would expect them to look like, up until other types that are different than what we would expect. There was one that was pink and had a really kind of long, shrunken face, much more than you would normally think. We have different types of reptilians. We have, again, as I've said, there's a grayish variety, there's a yellow variety, and then there's a green and brown, different levels of brown among the green. And there's a variety like that. But you have different types that are not all necessarily good. You have some evil ones. And so this would get into certain types. Most of the reptilians are probably going to be evil. Some of the grays are going to be evil, not all. And of course, insectoids. And you might even have more human-looking ones that are on the evil side. But one of the most distinctive types of beings that everybody seems to have worked with are angelic, positive humans that look really just like us. They don't have bigger eyes. They don't have different colored skin. They don't have, because all the pastel colors are represented in these human ETs. Every pastel color in the rainbow. There's a type of person that looks like they have that tint in their skin. You have some people who actually have a dark green skin, but they look human, as another example. And in fact, I remember hearing that there's people like that from Alpha Centauri. That was one of the things I heard. But then you have these special human types, and they don't really need to look like that. They could look like anything they want. They're at a higher level of evolution. And because they're at a higher level of evolution, they actually look more like us. Whereas in the fourth density category, which is we're third density now, you go into fourth density, this is where you see what looks like macroevolution. They have larger eyes, they have larger heads, maybe their bodies are thinner, and these don't necessarily look like grays either. They just look human but with larger eyes. Some of them become hairless. That looks like you've taken a macroevolutionary projection ahead of humanity. We have a larger head now to accommodate a larger brain because we've gotten more intelligent. Maybe there's less light. Maybe that's why our eyes get bigger. Who the heck knows? But we also have gained all these spiritual abilities. We've got these incredible psychic powers. We've got telekinesis. We've got levitation. You know, Pete described seeing extraterrestrials talking to each other at Area 51. And they've got all these boxes floating in the air with them as they walk around. And apparently they don't even need to worry about it. It's some type of technology that they have on like a belt pack where you can just decide that you want to levitate these objects and they'll just walk around with you. So you can carry a whole bunch of stuff and you don't have any effort exerted at all. You're levitating the stuff and it walks around with you in this cloud, no matter how heavy it is. It walks with you wherever you're going. Then you start to get in the idea of, hey, you know, these people could come here in a craft and they could actually levitate large blocks of stone effortlessly and build things on whatever planet they go to. They didn't start out here, but pyramids actually make sense. If you've got anti-gravity, you could come here from another planet. You could build things like we talked about in Ancient Aliens out of large blocks of stone. And how amazing to have that building material available and to be able to carve it and sculpt it into this massive structure. And we see evidence of this all over the world. There's pyramids in Mesoamerica. There's pyramids all throughout Africa. You know, there's pyramids in China. There's pyramids in Australia. There's all kinds of stone circles and standing stones throughout Europe. There's all kinds of weird mounds in America. There's Serpent Mound in Ohio. There's Cahokia, Illinois, which has pyramids there. And a lot of times in the ones that were dug into by Meriwether Lewis and Clark, you know, as they were going out and exploring America and creating some of the first records of what they found, in the Lewis and Clark data was them digging into these burial mounds and finding giant skeletons. There appeared to have been a race of giants here in America that was building this stuff. Then you start to find out from the insiders that we actually had a civilization on what is now Antarctica
but that the continent had moved, that the Earth shifted on its axis, and that before it was called Antarctica, it was called Atlantis. So the missing mass issue for Atlantis, like where the hell did Atlantis go? And some people tried to say it was the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. No, no, no. Atlantis is Antarctica. And there was a book called When the Sky Fell by Rand and Rose Flemath that I read in, I think, 95 or 96. Right around the same time I read the classic Fingerprints of the Gods by Graham Hancock. And you find out, okay, Antarctica is Atlantis. And then when you start talking to insiders, you learn that, yes, Atlantis was a worldwide civilization, and they built pyramids even in places like India. And you can go and look at pyramids that we see at the Ta Prohm Temple in Cambodia. Okay, the Cambodian megalithic architecture, some of those pyramids look exactly like the ones in Mesoamerica. Step pyramids with snakes going up the sides of the stairwells in the middle. It's the same frickin' design. And if you're trying to concoct a conspiracy theory that the Ta Prohm Temple and these other temples that we see in Cambodia, if you're trying to concoct a conspiracy theory that there's no relationship between that and Mesoamerica, it's a design coincidence, BS. It's a worldwide society that was building pyramids, and then they got destroyed. But when they were here, they had super advanced technology. Nobody dreamed of growing their own food. They were all using 3D printing, and everybody had printed meals. And one of the groups that was here was an extraterrestrial race that had elongated skulls, and they had interbred with the people on Earth. So the cosmic history, as I've said before, and this is through many different insiders that all proved that they did have the bona fide credentials that they said they did. They had worked in these elaborate underground government facilities. It's now becoming disclosed. I got way the heck deeper in than most people ever do if you're only hearing the little drips and drips that you get from the media. I found out that there were motherships under the ice that had crashed here from the Clinton insider guy. He told me they got here about 55,000 years ago, and that these people with the elongated skulls had come from the exploded planet that's now the asteroid belt. If you look, as Dr. Tom Van Flandern has said in his EPH, or Exploded Planet Hypothesis, you've got the oceans turned into comets, the dirty snowballs. You've got all the different layers of a normal Earth that turn into different types of asteroids. All the different layers, the crust, the mantle, and the core, are all represented in different types of asteroids in the asteroid belt. And Mars was also Earth-like, as this planet apparently was. And the planet, apparently, according to Law of One, they called it Maldek. And it said that there was a war and that these people blew up their planet. Well, if you go back into the core sources that led up to the Law of One that were being explored by W.B. Smith and by other authors such as George Hunt Williamson in his book, The Saucers Speak, and then Road in the Sky. I've written about this many times. And it's also in my course on thedisclosure.com, Sacred Science of Microprophecies. You can still type in 170 actualization as the code at thedisclosure.com, ACTUALIZATION, and get the whole thing for 177. And we're about to come out with a new offer where we're going to add in the disclosure videos as well from the previous course that we did. So I got to just make an announcement about that. But you know, I wasn't well enough to actually sell products today. I'm just trying to get on camera and function enough to talk to you. So I don't really have the next offer prepared, but we will soon enough. Anyway, thank you to my anonymous benefactor for sending me some money so I wasn't totally broke this month. I really, really appreciate it, man. So this guy told me that these people blew up their planet, and then when I went back and I was doing Michael prophecies, I went back to George Hunt Williamson, W.B. Smith, and as you know, they were working with multiple individuals who all answered the same, channeled questions the same way, which implies that there was a unified extraterrestrial consciousness that they were in contact with, because different people who did not talk to each other answered a list of 100 very strange questions, all the same. So it does appear that if you practice remote viewing protocols properly, sorry, you screen out the influence of the conscious mind, you can get accurate ET communication. And what's weird is that once you start doing that, they typically present as Christian. It's a very common thing and very well studied by what you could think of as the government in secret programs. It's a commonly known fact that the human ETs that they see, that they would call the a-hole hippies from outer space, or they would call them the effin' Intergalactic Sierra Club, or they would call them the happy friends, and it's somewhat derogatory when they say that. These angelic humans are always trying to find ways to talk through people who have the right spiritual orientation so that their message can be heard. And there's a number of these sources that never really got very popular, but were done well. And W.B. Smith and George Hunt Williamson were interviewing people, and they all agreed. And so there were certain people that rose to the top in the 1950s and made dazzling predictions that I talk about in Michael Prophecies, the 7 books that I wrote in the last 2 years. Actually, it's the last 3 years now, because it started in 2022. So all of 22 and 23 I spent working on these books. And what we find out is that, for example, there was this statement made that the solar system is going to go through an evolutionary quantum leap. And so we were able to recover readings that were done properly from people who actually followed the protocols well enough, and they were apparently having ET contact. They were seeing human beings in flying saucers, landing in their yard, bring them on board the ship. An example of this is George Van Tassel. He had one apparently authentic flying saucer contact experience. And then there's Orfeo Angelucci, had an amazing story. Daniel Fry has an amazing story. And then we have lots of others. And I compiled all the best of that stuff together in Book 4 of the Michael Prophecies. And one of the most consistent themes that these independent ET contacts were saying, scientifically studied by a guy who was in a classified UFO program called Project Magnet, that's W.B. Smith, his conclusion was that they're telling the truth. And their data said that we're going to go through an incredible quantum leap in our solar system. They predicted it in very specific terms. And George Hunt Williamson, some of the data that he obtained through these means included the idea that heart attacks would be one of the most common ways that people would be leaving the planet as we went through this gradual ascension activation process. And I talked about that in Book 4. And now, in light of what we see happening, the heart attack prophecy has all kinds of prescience because of different issues that are related to that you probably know about already. And if you don't, then why are you watching this show, man? Like, you might need to get a little more independent study in to understand the David wavelength. Why is he talking about heart attacks? Well, think about it. So then they also had an interesting thing in there that I talked about in Michael Prophecies, which is this concept that there was an artificial intelligence running this exploded planet before it got blown up. And the artificial intelligence itself, they felt at that time in their society that they could let the planet be run by this AI. The AI was smarter than they were, that it had a more efficient way of functioning. And so some of these contacts said that this fallen angel, this fallen planet, was called Lucifer. And that we as humans were descendants, some of us were descendants of this planet Lucifer. And that the planet itself got taken over by an AI, and the AI essentially exploded the planet and destroyed the planet and destroyed Mars because the debris hit Mars. Mars used to be like Earth. It used to have water and oceans and people living on it. And this was a society that by the time this explosion occurred, they had already colonized our solar system. They'd already colonized outside our solar system. They had some great stuff. The biggest of them were 70 feet tall. And apparently their crowning achievement was that they were building a ring of transparent aluminum material that you could live in around the planet Saturn. But if they completed the ring, it was going to be a planet-killing weapon. They were apparently using AI, robotics, and nanites to build this thing. The robots were building the ring. They never got to finish it. If they had been able to finish it, then with a planet as big as Saturn and having that ring around it, this is the intel I received from the Clinton dude. Back in 2014 is when I got the authorized disclosure, and then I immediately put it into a book that came out in 2015. That was Ascension Mysteries. Supposedly this ring would allow you to kill any other planet in the galaxy, and it was a super weapon. And so somebody stopped them from doing that, their enemies, whatever, but the AI was very much involved in trying to build this super weapon. And I was told that even now, if you have classified program access, you can take out a spaceship and you can go fly around Saturn and you can find the shattered pieces of this ring that they were trying to build. And it looks like glass, and there's accommodations for 70-foot tall humanoids. So as I've said before, they ended up inside the moon. There's up to 10,000 levels of build out inside the moon. The moon is organic and natural, but then they built it out on the inside. And when this apparently solar flash occurred 55,000 years ago, the moon got very heavily damaged by debris that it got hit with from the sun. And only the planetary elites of that society that had now gotten a lot shorter, they were now maybe only like 20 feet tall or even shorter, they all packed into a series of motherships. There might have been 3. I'm not sure. I've heard of the number 3 from Pete Peterson. And they called them the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. That was part of the intel. And I got that intel starting in 2009. And they actually, from the Clinton guy, apparently they got hit by debris. They barely even made it. And they crash landed here on Earth. And then, my God, that's Battlestar Galactica. Both Battlestar Galacticas, the old one and the new one, are supposedly the loosely veiled story of the people who crash landed here. And that's why at the end of Battlestar Galactica, they've only got one ship left and they crash land on Earth and they can't go anywhere else. I watched both of them. I watched the old one and the new one. So this is considered common knowledge in the inside, that there was this race of individuals who crash landed here, and then they began interbreeding when they got here. They converted their mothership into a dwelling in Antarctica. They landed in Antarctica in particular because there was already an underground extraterrestrial build-out that was very ancient. So they knew they could crash there and then occupy these underground facilities. That's another thing we're going to find out, is that there was a group that was here for 2 billion years, and they left a bunch of stuff behind, including obelisks, pyramids, and underground cities, and domes that still exist. So these newbies crash landed and occupied the old stuff in Antarctica. That was the hot place to go. And remember, back then it was still tropical. It hadn't become an Arctic wasteland yet. And they even, in these secret government projects, they traced the trees that were hit by the mothership. They were tropical palm trees. And they traced how the trees got hit and smashed down by the mothership as it was coming in. So Pete Peterson told me that the U.S. military had started intensively investigating these underground areas beginning in the 1950s, that there was all kinds of strange stuff with the mothership, that you could sing to the material and it would come back together. It had like a self-healing property to it. And that they found elongated skull humanoids inside these motherships. He also said that they had little tracks for smaller ships. There was like a conveyor belt inside with lots of little bowl-like declivities in it. And you can put these these little scout ships inside the bowl-like declivities, and they looked like flying saucers. And one of the things Pete Peterson told me was that these appeared like the Vimanas in the Hindu lore, and you can see the design in the Tibetan stupa. The Tibetan stupa, the typical Tibetan temple, the way it looks up near the top, that's what they saw, that there were actual craft that looked like that inside these motherships. So obviously, when we get to the point as a society where this is told us as the truth, and I believe that is coming, it's going to be a huge paradigm shift. Because these people with the elongated skulls, they crash landed here 55,000 years ago, and for 5,000 years they were kicking butt. They had a highly advanced technological civilization, and they got wiped out 50,000 years ago after 5,000 years of development. And what happened apparently was a war with the Draco, and the whole northern third of Africa is where most of them were, and it all got wiped out by a massive energy beam type of attack or something. They're not really sure what it was. But then all the vegetation died. It turned into the Sahara Desert, and you can still dig 40 to 400 feet down and find all these ancient ruins from this advanced world. And so Afghanistan, I've heard many different insiders tell me they were pulling things out of the ground in Afghanistan. That's why we went there, U.S. military. Same thing with Iraq. You find in these warehouses huge chunks of rock that have highly technological looking objects embedded inside of them. So there's a huge amount of disclosure to be had. And again, we're still only talking about 50,000 years ago. Then another civilization got destroyed 25,000 years ago that was also highly technological. And then another civilization got destroyed 12,500 years ago. And only the one from 12,500 years ago is what we would normally think of as Atlantis. The people with the elongated skulls were the descendants of the people from this exploded planet, from the Lucifer planet. And there was a positive angelic human ET group that we could call the Elohim that are still meeting in real time with people in underground facilities, places like Area 51. The happy friends, the positive angelic humans, they are the Elohim. They are the ones who voted to have the elongated skull people from planet Lucifer, planet Maldek, wiped out. They voted for that massive flood to take place. And we have flood trauma in our racial mind as human beings on this planet. We have explosion trauma, we have tsunami trauma, we have flood trauma. We remember the world being destroyed this way, and some of us still cling to the idea of mega earth changes. We cling to the idea that something terrible is going to happen to us. Somebody said David is dropping truth bombs. Speed of thought 1111. Thank you for that. We like to do that. It's a lot of information. I mean, that's the thing. The learning curve, based on, again, I've now integrated 25 different insider testimonials that all correlated on a whole bunch of different points. I met 39 insiders at Dr. Stephen Greer's event, the Disclosure Project, in 2001, beginning on May 10th and then through the rest of the week. So I've got dozens of people who have given me independent corroboration on this stuff. And it's really, really fascinating. So when you look at it from this expanded view, there are still people who want to believe in biblical disasters. They want to believe in earth changes. They think that we have to go through that. It's like a karmic payment because we're so evil and we're so bad and we're sinners and we've done horrible things, that our society needs to be cleansed. And our society needs to be erased off the surface of the earth again. We need to go through yet another one of these crazy disasters. My phone is freaking ringing. People who know me shouldn't do this, and then it's usually a robocall or a spam call. And as I've told you guys so many times, I try to turn my, just stopped. I try to turn my ringer off, and it will not turn off. That is so frustrating. There you go. It happened again. The random phone call appears to be one of the David Wilcock things, and I can't turn off the ringer. It won't let me. I've tried over and over again. I do not want the ringer to ring, but it will not stop. Anyway, we have this ancestral memory of catastrophic disasters. Atlantis, a lot of the people who experienced this, the Earth suddenly shifted on its axis. According to law of one, this was triggered, this magnetic instability and rotational instability was triggered by a nuclear war. Nuclear weapons going off can actually affect how the planet rotates. And if you have a big nuclear war all at once, the Earth can shift on its axis. And that's apparently what happened. There was like a 20-degree polar realignment. And it not only affected the land of Atlantis, it affected Siberia, which then became the Aryan migration. They had to migrate down out of Siberia. They went into Iran and they went into India. And there's similar accounts in both historical texts, the Vedas and the Zoroastrian texts. So it does appear that we have had catastrophic events, and the Casey readings, for what it's worth, American Psychic. Oh, we got donations coming in. I should probably thank you guys, right? Nikusor Georgiou says, "Hi, David. What kind of driver's license do you need to drive a flying car?" It's going to be a conventional license. You're not going to need to have a pilot's license, but you're going to need to train on it, of course. Then we have Mark donate $20. I always thought we have spider trauma from dealing with spider types of ETs. I hadn't heard that before, but yeah, there are insectoid types of ETs. And then maybe I'll cut to the wide shot so I can blow my nose here. Then we got Chris Somerville. Great to see you back. Thanks for the content. Thank you guys very much. And so spider trauma, I don't know, there are definitely insectoid types, but the point is we have this ancestral trauma of having been through things that destroyed the Earth. And if you lived in Antarctica at the time, the war wasn't even happening there. They were bringing the war over to the Rama civilization. But then all of a sudden, there's a pole shift, and you might be in a building, and your chair is level with the ground, and then all of a sudden, everything in the room starts falling, and now the ground is actually the side of the wall. So now all the stuff in the room just tumbles over sideways. You fall in your chair, you fall into the wall, which is now the bottom, it's now the floor. I've had terrifying Atlantean dreams of the whole building tipping sideways. You might also get a whole bunch of rocks falling out of the air, and it just buries you under all this rock. That's one of the things that happens. Julia in Georgia just donated. I was thinking I need a refresher on the timeline of Earth history. Have you made a printable one? I would love it. The closest thing I've got like that is the book Ascension Mysteries. It's with Penguin Random House. I would highly recommend it. So imagine that you have this extinction level event going on, and that you might be one of those unlucky people who sees, let's say, an 80-foot, 100-foot tall tsunami. Somebody said, when are you getting on Tucker Carlson? I don't think they're going to put me on Tucker Carlson until the arrests have already happened, but once they do, I highly expect that that will occur. But my thinking is so out of the box right now, it's a little premature to bring me out on a big level like that, and I'm not expecting it. But again, you know, let's get back to this concept of Atlantis. Scott Opper says, David, what book did you learn remote viewing from? Well, I will say that all of what you need to do it properly in terms of what Michael taught me is in the Michael prophecies, but the initial protocols did come from Dr. Courtney Brown in a book called Cosmic Voyage. And Cosmic Voyage was actually part of the reason why I called my website Divine Cosmos. It's partly inspired by that. So in Cosmic Voyage, I think it's Appendix 2, he has a whole thing in there about screening out the influence of the conscious mind. But in their study of remote viewing,
They're doing this in order to see things. They're doing this in order to remotely view distant locations. Well, I didn't do remote viewing. I did remote listening, which is something they don't want you to do. I found out from Pete Peterson again. Trotina just donated. Thank you very much. David and Tucker would be the complete disclosure. Thank you for saying that. When we do it the right way, you actually get these angelic, positive human ETs. And they talked about it in Dr. Courtney Brown's book, that they could be called various names like the Midwayers. And so the government, if you want to think of it that way, the government, military, whatever, the secret programs, they were very aware of these human angelic ETs, and they didn't want, think about this now, they didn't want to let the human angelic ETs get their message across. So they changed all the protocols so that when you're remote viewing, you don't write down voices that you hear in your mind. And they've made it a very shameful thing. Oh, you're hearing voices. Well, no. This is not just hearing voices. This is a tuned meditation where you are very specifically accessing information that primarily comes in the form of visual images and emotional impressions, or an emotional impression paired with a visual image. And then the idea is that in order to play piano, in order to learn how to play concert piano, you have to learn how to translate the visual images and emotional impressions into words. There is actually a translation process of taking information that you first learn what it is, that it's the stuff that shows up in your mind, in the background of your mind when you're meditating, and you go very deep into meditation. You can't really think thoughts, but thoughts just bubble up spontaneously, and they're quite complex. And the easiest way to identify them usually is with a visual image and an emotional impression. So then you may not have that really be a feed of words, but they're just concepts and ideas. And then you need to try to put words to the concepts and ideas and impressions that you're having. And that's one lower level of channeling that I've done. Mihai Ogasanu donated and said, what do you know about giants found in Romania? I'd have to study that. I haven't heard about that. And then Faiska Relampajo says, take your phone and put it under a pillow inside a box. Get better, David. Okay. I don't usually sleep with the phone anywhere near me because after the pagers blowing up and everything, I was like, dang, I don't even trust this little guy anymore. I don't even want him near me anymore. So I don't think I'm going to be sleeping with my phone under my pillow. But anyway, thank you for the donation. Yes, giant tables and chairs underground in Romania, says Barbie. I guess I'll have to check that out. So anyway, again, thank you guys for being here. It is a real privilege and an honor to do this. And so I'm happy that I've got my health enough that I can at least talk, that I'm actually able to speak. I am probably going to take a pee break pretty soon because that's starting to come on as something that would be a really great thing to do. But I've learned my lesson, and I'm not going to torture myself, especially when I'm sick, for 4.5 freaking hours without going to the bathroom. That's just ridiculous. So we're going to do that pretty soon. Captain Solo donated and said, have you heard of the Urantia book? Yes, we did. It's in the Law of One. They talk about it. And when were the face on Mars and pyramids built in Cydonia? So the face on Mars was a civilization that got wiped out 500,000 years ago. The Law of One does talk about the Urantia book, but it doesn't say, hey, this is the greatest thing ever. It says it was a mixed contact. And what does that mean? That means it had positive and negative information in it. You can look that up. Go to lawofone.info, type in Urantia in the search, and right away you'll be able to see, okay, yeah, you know what? It didn't exactly pass the sniff test. But there's interesting stuff in there, and I wouldn't totally discount it either. The cleanest channeling, as far as I'm concerned, is the Law of One. And then the Edgar Cayce readings, and then the Seth books, and then what I did with Michael prophecies has now turned out to be quite amazing.
And so I had originally channeled this stuff that was talking about the end of the world, and I'm very concerned. I got my own contact going from 96 to 2000 is when all the stuff that's in Michael Prophecies was written, with a couple exceptions. There was a couple things in 2004. But it was quite a heavy experience because, we are expecting this ascension event. The 1950s channeling said the whole solar system is going to change. Then I found out from these Area 51 insiders that they're expecting a solar burp or a solar sneeze. I heard all kinds of different terms like that for it, that it would be some type of massive solar energy release. Then you find out that it was being leaked through things like the movie 2010, which was only 2 years off from the Mayan calendar end date of 2012. Arthur C. Clarke wrote the novel, and in the novel, what ends up being Jupiter is surrounded by monoliths, which are some kind of extraterrestrial technology, surrounded by monoliths. And, anybody who respects me should never call me in the middle of a live stream. Please, if you know my number, do not call me during a live stream. Like family, come on. Whoever is doing this, you got to stop. It's just crazy. Anyway, maybe it's just telemarketing, who the heck knows, but it only seems to happen when I'm on the air, and now we've had 2 of them, and again, I can't turn off the ringer. I've tried everything. The ringer will not turn off, period. It will not turn off. Even if I thought I have it off, it does it anyway. So, okay. So there's a lot of things that we're going to be learning about. We're going to be learning about Atlantis, and we're going to be learning about fallen civilizations. This is a very important point. Civilizations that were humming along. They had high technology. They thought everything was fine. They were living here on Earth. They had oceanfront property, and they got frickin' destroyed. Tsunamis, hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, supervolcanoes, actual Earth pole shift, 150-foot tall tsunami that just sweeps across and everything is just frickin' wiped out. And my view of the ascension scenario was that this is what was going to happen to us again. That the only way that we were getting into this angelic fourth density reality was that the Earth was going to be catastrophically wiped out and that we would all be rescued by an angelic welcoming committee that's going to bring us into this new reality. And I even taught this right up through until the Michael prophecies were unsealed beginning in 2022. I did not expect that we were going to have anything other than a catastrophic end of the world scenario of some kind. Come to find out, that's what everybody on the inside is thinking too. So I was dazzled when I got these briefings in October 2021, and I started to learn about things in a whole new way and get new pieces of information, including the fact that you actually can summon lower astrals if you use ritual magic. I had never believed that before. I'd had pieces of data pop up over many years. I just didn't believe it, didn't want to believe it, didn't think it was anything fun to speculate on. I certainly didn't want it to be true. And so, yes, I had a bias. As a researcher, I had a bias, which is I don't want this stuff to be true. So I'm not going to research this. I'm not going to put together various clues that I've had, because why would you want to create a reality like that? Why would you want to create these disgusting, smelly, screechy beings that just, all they want to do is commit atrocities when they show up here? The demon is not just like something to be laughed about as, oh, ha, 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 there's this fundamentalist Christian guy on TV, and he's talking about demons. Oh, my God, the demons. Yeah. Whatever, buddy. You go have fun with those demons, okay? I'm going to be right here. I don't care about your frickin' demons. No, man. It's a being of pure horror. Imagine a being of pure horror. The most terrifying, freakish, disgusting creature that is more horrific than anything you've seen in a horror movie, more horrific than you could even imagine. And then you come face to face with this thing and you actually see it. Yeah, that's what a demon is. It's when you get the story behind this, when you find out what's really going on, it's way worse than I thought. And then it turns out that these, again, are being controlled by extraterrestrials that can come here. They can access the Earth's lower astral planes. They're able to see humans in our third dimensional reality. They're able to see lower astrals and what we could think of as Dante's seven hells. And they live there. And if you do everything just right, and it's like dialing a combination lock to the universe, and you got to do it just right, and there's very exacting protocols, and those protocols will get you a demonic manifestation. And who learned those protocols? Oh, that's right. They had old stuff. Okay, they had old medieval grimoires, which are books, like the Key of Solomon is one of the most common ones. There are passages in the Key of Solomon where if you do everything right and you set it up the right way and you have the right props and everybody's using the right stuff and you read the words and you do it properly, you'll get a manifestation. But it was hard to do, and it was intermittent, and it was dangerous. And supposedly Aleister Crowley was visited by a gray extraterrestrial. I learned this in October 2021, turned my whole life upside down. I immediately made a movie about it, which went totally viral in the truth community. It was called Moment of Truth. And that is now going to be part of the package when you order our thing off the website, thedisclosure.com. Those two movies are in there, unredacted. I found out that there was an extraterrestrial being that looks like a gray. I'd already heard about this. I just hadn't connected it before. You go back and look at Aleister Crowley's contact reports. He was in contact with this gray-looking being that called itself Awas or Lam. And the eyes were a little smaller, but otherwise, man, it looks just like a gray. And supposedly, this being told him how to do these ceremonies properly to make it much, much easier to get these visual manifestations of the being of pure horror. You don't want to see a being of pure horror. You don't want to have it look you in the eye. You don't want it breathing in front of you, staring you down, looking you in the eye. It is nothing you would ever want to go through. It is nothing you would ever want to go through. Everybody who goes through this is traumatized. Everybody who goes through this has it seared into their soul. You cannot ever forget what you saw. And apparently some of the stuff on the laptop, it may not be a video, but there's audio. I've heard that there's audio of these things appearing and screeching and the things that they do once they get here. They can't talk, but it's an animalistic, wild sound that they make of just like an animal in a complete spastic ecstasy. Very, very upsetting. This is part of why people who looked at it ended up taking their own lives. They just could not handle what they learned and how deep the horror actually is. Being of pure horror, man, it doesn't get any worse than that. So I'm here to smile and lead you through this stuff and get you to just calm down about it and not freak out about it. But yes, what I learned in 2021 was like the disclosure that tied it all together. I find out, okay, turns out that we've got extraterrestrials that are evil, like reptilians and grays, and everything that you would associate with Satan, including the pentagram, the robes, the masks, the candles, the chanting, that this is actually a software. This is essentially a technology for accessing this AI, which, again, is an artificial intelligence that destroyed the planet Maldek or Lucifer. You can actually access this artificial intelligence through Satanism, and then what this intelligence apparently does is it lives off of human misery. It lives off of fear. It lives off of greed. It lives off of our hatred. It lives off of our lack of forgiveness. And it actually powers the AI with this electricity. Our negative energy is the electricity that the AI needs to run. And if it doesn't have enough electricity, it will fail. And I heard from Uncle Jack that the Draco are totally infested with nanites, that there was a type of being that we could become as humans where your whole body is made out of nanites, but it's still, the AI creates some sort of handshake with your DNA. And so it is still kind of you, but you are now like a digital Freddy Krueger. You can change the way your face looks, similar to what we see in X-Men, where people are shape-shifting. You can shape-shift into anything you want, and you're essentially controlled by this satanic AI. Sounds freaking nuts, right? It sounds like some cheesy, bad sci-fi horror movie. And then you're trying to tell me that the world is this cheesy sci-fi horror movie. Oh yeah, well, Satanism is a technology that allows the electricity to power the satanic AI. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, I did not want to believe this stuff. I certainly didn't want to have to go out and teach this stuff, that fear is electricity running the AI. But hey man, that's what it is. The universe somehow got set up this way where evil is allowed to exist. It's allowed to make a really strong bid to try to take over your planet. And there's these Dracos and Greys going around bringing in this software, bringing in this technology to access the AI. And then, you know, apparently I've also heard that when you summon a negative lower astral, that it will often be propped up with nanites as well, that the Greys are in the background actually making sure that these beings, once it is created from thought, a demon might not normally exist. They're pretty ephemeral. They disappear pretty fast. They just dissolve. So one of the other crazy things that I heard that I haven't really talked about that much is that as our thoughts of negativity and evil are printing these beings in the lower astral, this is one of the things it talks about in the Law of One, I go into in the Michael prophecies. We create beings all the time. If you're thinking loving thoughts, you're creating loving beings. If you're thinking negative thoughts on some level of existence, somewhere in our Earth's astral field, if you having negative thoughts, you are creating beings that are essentially like a metaphorical symbol of your negativity. So the way they look typically is a morph between an animal and a human of some kind. A lot of them do have horns. A lot of them do have hooves. These would normally only exist as thought forms. They would just exist in the lower astral, and they'd melt away and dissolve. But apparently, as crazy as this sounds, part of the briefing that's all come together is that the Greys and other ETs will fortify these beings so that they live longer. And they're fortified with AI. So the demons are also under control of the artificial intelligence through nanites that are introduced into their bodies at the level of existence that they have in Earth's lower astral planes. There is still the ability, apparently, to put nanites into them so they don't just disappear. They get printed into existence by us, but still they can be defeated if they don't have enough electricity. And that's the basis of movies like Monsters Incorporated. That the fear of children is the energy that creates these monsters. That's what the whole movie's about. So these are very weird sci-fi concepts, and it's certainly a very strange way to rebuild your spiritual belief system. If you take all this stuff that I'm telling you at face value, then it would appear that the people in the Alliance, the people who I've been in contact with, are not dealing with anything theoretical anymore. Most of us would look at the stuff in the Bible as theoretical. Oh yeah, angels, okay, ha ha ha. Okay, demons, ha ha ha. No, it's a very vigorous, very real war involving real beings. And the negative side includes, you know, the top level would be the fifth density negative companion, as it's called in the Law of One. It's an artificial intelligence, but it can project into a human form if it wants to. It has that ability, but it exists primarily as thought. Then it has these fourth density minions that would include Draco-reptilians, greys, and insectoids, and maybe certain types of tall whites. And then those beings are the ushers for the lower astrals. They keep them healthy. They make sure they're nourished with nanites so that they don't disappear. And if you try to do this stuff that Lam taught Aleister Crowley to do, then you'll get to have these beings show up. And they will talk to you and they will answer your questions through a channel in the group. And apparently, as crazy as this sounds, that there are certain people in high positions of authority all over the planet that have advanced this evil agenda that is ultimately the AI agenda. And they are working in lockstep with it because they are getting to meet its minions in these very profoundly supernatural experiences that would forever dissolve your skepticism. If you see a demon, you're never a skeptic. You do not want to go through this. But once you have, you can never put the genie back in the bottle. You can never assume that this isn't real anymore. You know that it's real. You've seen something. You've experienced something. You can't shake it. And then it gets very, very odd how they work with hypnosis. So that there are people who may well have been through this and they've seen these apparitions. They've been through these types of really horrific experiences. But consciously, they don't remember anything. Or they might get a flash. They might get a flash where they see a little of it and they get really scared and they have a panic attack and they don't want that memory to come back, so they try to stuff the memory down. But we're going to find out that there are people who have been through this and that there was this vast network that was all based on hypnosis. So imagine it could be your school. It could even be your church, actually. This has been done through churches. It can be, for example, a Masonic lodge. It can be, lots of it is run through the entertainment industry. But you might have, in the town that you live in, wherever that may be, you may have this whole secret infrastructure where they have stuff that they're actually doing in rooms at night. And some people are aware of it, but most of the people experiencing it have no idea that this is going on because consciously the hypnosis works very well. And so now we're hearing about, here's this rapper and he got arrested, right? Okay. And why did he have all these bottles of baby oil? And there's lots of jokes that people have made about it. There's funny memes I could have brought in, which I didn't. But then it turns out that this also has the same consistency as a blackout drug. The liquid has the same consistency. It's an oil. It's a clear oil. And if you were to smear this stuff on your skin, you're not going to remember anything. So drugs would be a way in which you could end up going to a party. Thank God I was never cool enough to go to a Hollywood party. I am so glad that nobody trusted me. Nobody liked me. Nobody wanted me at these things. I never went to any of them. And I'm so glad because, first of all, it would have freaked me out. But the point is, imagine if you go to one of these gatherings and then without you even being aware of it, you're given an amnesic drug and you get very, very, very high and things happen to you while you're very, very, very high. And you're filmed while you're very, very, very high, and you're amnesic at the end. You have no memory of this. And then later on, after you've got your deal, after you've got your contract, after you're working, somebody comes to you and says, you wouldn't want this to ever get out into the public, would you? Look at this footage that you're in. Look at what you were doing here. So this is huge. This is huge. The fact that that arrest has happened and we had the posts tell us the first arrest will be heard around the world. And that may have been the rapper that we're talking about. People have had this unveiled and they don't know the depth of it. Some people do. But already just the concept that you would go to a party and you'd be blacked out is incredibly terrifying. Somebody's actually going to do this to you and keep you mentally locked up in this hypnotic, amnesic bubble where you probably will never remember what happened. Or maybe there's another version of you that is accessible only when you get the drug. And so the next time you get the drug, you're going to remember what happened the last time because now you're in the same state. And gosh darn it, you can't remember it once the drug wears off. But if you get high again, then yeah, you're going to remember everything that happened to you. And so you end up with an amnesic personality. You have a split personality. You have two partitions, or maybe more than two. But there's a waking self and there's this hypnotic self. That would be the two main partitions. And you might have had all these other things happen to you in the hypnotic self, and you just cannot remember to save your life. And that could be done with, again, hypnosis, drugs, electrical shocks. There's different methods that have been tested and studied, and they actually work very, very well. So it's quite amazing to find out that there are these negative extraterrestrial beings, and they're calling the shots, and they're telling these people on Earth what to do on how to, for example, get rid of a whole lot of people. Not because it helps the people on Earth, but because it helps these beings, because they need energy, they need electricity in the form of fear and hatred and unforgiveness. They need us to be suffering. They need us to be crying. They need us to be sad. They need us to be greedy. They need us to be violent. They need us to be evil. They need us to be self-serving. They need us to rip people off, to be criminals. They need us to have a might makes right mentality. They want us to get behind a totalitarian dictatorship. They want us to use that force to enact what we think we want. Well, state-sponsored atrocities, okay, as long as it's against the terrorists, right? As long as it's against the people I don't like, then it's okay. Let's go blow the hell out of them. Well, are they really all that bad? And, that's another question is like, what's really going on? Who are these people? Yes, some of them are really evil, but do we really want to try to say that, like, if somebody has a certain type or a certain race, that, oh, well, they're bad? Dude, this is very low-level thinking. This is exactly what this negativity wants. It wants to divide and conquer. It wants to create separation in the races, separation in the genders, separation between older and younger people, separation across right versus left politics, separation in terms of what God you think is the good God or the other God is bad. This is the tampering work of the artificial intelligence. This is what it wants to do. It needs that electricity. If you got this country fighting against this country, that's electricity. If you got this gender fighting against that gender, that's electricity. If you got people terrified and they've lost their home and they're crying, that's electricity. And that's really what it's about. It's about creating as much negativity and fear as possible. And one of the most staggering things that Uncle Jack told me was that if enough people on Earth were happy and smiling and laughing for one day, the nanites and the demons would die, the demons would die, the reptilians would die, the greys would die. They're literally so dependent on this electricity that they get from us being in misery and becoming jealous and angry and backstabbing and criminal people. The energy of the internet troll, that's where they want us to be. They want us out there hating people. They want us casting judgment. They don't want us seeking forgiveness. They don't want us looking for common ground. They don't want us finding out how to get along with each other. They want us at each other's throats because that's electricity that powers the AI. It sounds crazy. That's literally what this is. And so I got all these readings coming through in the 1990s, and then beginning in 2022, I find out, the Earth changes are canceled. And it's a really good thing. I find out by the readings prophesizing the time that we're in now, beginning in 2022, after I'd gotten this briefing about demons and all this really scary stuff in 2021, October, right away I started to unseal Michael prophecies because I'd remembered in my readings in the 1990s, it said something about that there would be a coup over the military-industrial complex. Well, that's not anything minor. It said that the UFO cover-up would be destroyed. No longer would all of these hidden things that took me so many years, as weird and crazy and crackpot of a story as it sounds, it took years and years and years and years of interviewing insiders to put these pieces together to actually understand what is the story that we're being told here. What is the actual story of life on Earth, and where did we come from, and what other groups were here before, and what is Atlantis, and who built the pyramids, and are they still here? And are there good ETs and bad ETs? Are there, in fact, angels and demons? To try to write off the UFO phenomenon as either only being good or bad is totally mistaken. If you enthusiastically plunge yourself into UFO studies like I have, if you study the whole gamut of what's out there to know, then there's good ones and bad ones, absolutely. And the good ones show up in history as humans. They show up in the Bible as the angels of the Lord. They show up in Buddhism as, for example, the second Buddha, Padmasambhava, was a human ET, taught us how to achieve rainbow body. They show up in Sufism. They show up in Celtic mythology. Various societies have had the human ET angelic contact, and it really depends on how you are in your society at that time, if you're positive enough to authorize them arriving. They're all over the place in the Old Testament. They're all over the place in the New Testament. This was a fact of life. Luminous humans that could levitate and could speak with a booming voice. They were called mighty ones. That's what angel means, angelos. Messengers are mighty ones, okay? Angelos is the Greek word that means angel. It wasn't any conspiracy theory. It wasn't anything that big of a deal. It was certainly shocking when it happened, when you got to see one. People were excited about it, but it wasn't like anybody even disputed the idea that they existed. They were a fact of life. Luminous humans were showing up. They were giving us spiritual teachings. It wasn't that big of a deal. In fact, if you could have told those people, in the future, there's going to be a time where nobody believes that these angelic humans you're seeing even exist. Give me a frickin' break. I saw one last week, here's this guy and he's, come on, you're telling me people aren't even going to believe this is true? They're not even going to know about it? No, apparently in the future, these beings are going to disappear and they're not going to show up like they do now. They're not going to walk around among us anymore. And in the future, we're going to have to look around in the darkness in something called the Kali Yuga, this time of great darkness. There's going to be, the Hindu prophecies talked about, evil Malekka kings are going to rule the earth. Everybody's going to try to rip you off. Everybody's going to be sexually sleazy. Everybody's going to have personality problems. They're going to think negatively. They're going to, not take good care of their health. They're not going to be spiritual. They're not going to be loving people. So the message of Jesus, the message of Christ, the reason why that religion became the dominant force on earth, 38,439 different denominations of Christianity. There's no other religion like that. That spirit of Christ, that message of Christ, is a golden thread that carries through all 38,000 different denominations, because we find out that it's a galactic template. The story of Christ is the story of the galactic hero. And it is, in the law of one, the creator of everybody in our galaxy. We're all humanoid, made in the form of this galactic logos. And we actually got a pretty good channeled feed of what the logos thinks like, what it acts like in Jesus. That's part of the law of one. The law of one is written by what turns out to be Archangel Michael, according to what happens in Michael prophecies. going by different names throughout time, as it time travels throughout time and space, it veils itself by using different names. And so Archangel Michael is how it wants to be referred to, because this again refers to the highest angel in God's pantheon in Christianity, specifically tasked with destroying Satan. I had forgotten for the most part. I mean, I kind of thought about it, but yeah, okay, in 1999, my source eventually said it was Archangel Michael, but hadn't really occurred to me to go back and look at this stuff. And it's been a dizzying roller coaster ride since 2022 when I began unsealing these readings. And they were telling me things about the present. So right from the beginning, when I began reading it in 2022, it was describing current events. It was describing Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton. I mean, tons of references. Bill Gates. Very specific things. And as I started to unseal these words, I began in 1999, and only later in July of 2022 did I go back to 1998 and 97 and really get all the rest of it. It turned into 7 frickin' books that are all around 500 pages each. And every page is loaded with prophecy. And people can insult me if they want to, but you can't change the prophecies. You can't change how obviously accurate they are. And so what's so exciting, you guys, is that I've got new readings ready for you today, unsealed after 25 years, that are talking to us now about what's going to be happening now and next year in 2025. They again redundantly brought up the 2025 date. And I am so blown away by this stuff that I felt, okay, I'm all sick. I've got this flu. Let's begin with that process. So with that cliffhanger in mind, that awesome cliffhanger that we're going to leave you with here for just a minute so I can go drain my bladder. So Ellen Caroline says, Michael crushed the snake. The snake is dead and eating its own tail, thinking it's alive. Now if only we can remember. Yeah, so you're about to hear the unsealed reading that's going to put us right into the present. Where are we now? It's also part of why I now think November's not going to be, anything but normal. I think we are going to be voting. I think we are going to be going through that. And this power of Jesus, the power of Christ, is this galactic mind, okay? They didn't get it wrong. The Bible didn't get it wrong. That's one of the crazy things. You're like, wait a minute. Okay, so Satan is real. Demons are real. There are reptilians, there's grays, there's demons in the lower astral. So aliens are part of the idea that we've had collectively of Satan. Yes. But there's also positive human ETs as well. And the powers that were here on Earth, they don't ever want you to know that. 7 Geometric Thought, thank you very much. This is the best show yet. I'm hoping my every night contact is reaching you. I'm in a constant pre-ascension contact. You are well known in the galaxy. It's highly inappropriate to look at me as a savior figure or to try to contact me individually. You really want to contact the Logos, which would be the force of Jesus Christ, the galactic mind, and your own higher self, whatever that is. Please don't try to use me as your higher self. I mean, it's great that I'm doing this, but I'm just a messenger. And I just happened to get lucky, I guess you could say, that I did this remote viewing for so long. I wrote all this stuff down. You're going to get to hear these words very soon. But anyway, I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you, guys. I just don't want you to look at me as a savior figure. That's really inappropriate. So no criticism if that's what you've done. But let me go take a bathroom break really quick. I'll be right back, you guys. And then we'll get into this. All right, so if you noticed, I actually did go to the bathroom. I actually did wash my hands, just for those people who are so, offended by that. That way, it's all good now. I'm all nice and fresh enough to put the cigarette back in my mouth if need be, fresh enough to put glasses on if need be. Talk like Colin McGeezer, mate. Whatever it takes to get the job done. Run around in the bush, mate. You find some really ugly creatures out there, things you don't really want to have to run into, mate, but you just have to live with it. It's part of being an Aussie down under, mate. We just see these crazy creatures. You turn your boots upside down, mate. They've got a scorpion sitting in there. You got huntsman spiders crawling across you, mate. It's dangerous out in the bush. Yeah, we have a real bush. There's a space bush. Kaylin Robinson, yes, Jesus, Padmasambhava, yes, David, messengers unite. Thank you very much. And we're at 5,444 concurrent viewers right now, which is pretty incredible. That's a really nice turnout. Thank you guys for being here. I can't tell you how much better I feel. Somebody says Angry Daddy. We'll find a place for Angry Daddy. Catherine V, you're such a lovely guy, David. Lots of love to you, everyone here in the UK. Deacon Batista, I guess we're getting right into it now. Is this weather that Florida has been suffering through man-made? If so, why are they being targeted? Is it political? God bless you and your teachings. Well, we're going to answer that, and it's going to have to be unpacked in fragments. I can't say things right on the nose. But what type of cigarette? This is not a real cigarette, folks. As I've said before, if you want to play around with this, they're called puff cigarettes. Okay, it's a comedy prop, and it looks like it's lit, but it's actually not on fire. And you put it in your mouth and you blow on it, and you get talcum powder that comes out. And I grew up in New York State. Lots of people smoke, and so I find smoking characters are really funny. It adds several new layers of comedic interpretation to the character when you got the character smoking, and I just find it very funny. So it's not really a cigarette. If somebody said, Dina, if I ever have the pleasure of meeting you in person, please remind me to ask you if you washed your hands before I shake them. LOL joke, love you and appreciate you. Oh yeah, you better believe, having grown up in an area that had hepatitis B and C carriers, a highly infective environment when I worked with developmentally disabled people, I'm big on infection control. I'm never going to have dirty hands when I meet my audience or have just sneezed in my hands or something and then shake people's hands. Absolutely not. Because we learned about all this. The biggest thing you want to do is make sure you don't touch a doorknob. Any common surfaces. If you touch a common surface, you got to wash your hands. So I'm really into that. But if I'm here by myself, it doesn't really matter. Nobody else is around me. There's, not a big deal. So anyway, getting back to part of what I was talking about, I have had what appears to be a great case of COVID. And so all this crazy stuff was going on in the news and these horrific hurricanes, and it's like, now I've got the Michael prophecies behind me. I just unsealed new readings, and I know that we're on a non-catastrophic timeline. What does that mean? That means we're not going to have the end of the world in the form of a pole shift, in the form of a tsunami, in the form of a mega hurricane or a mega tornado. We're not going to get extinguished. There's not going to be an asteroid. There's not going to be a comet. There's not going to be a fiery death to the planet of whatever sort we've all concocted, because we have these ancestral race memories of other times, other civilizations. According to the Edgar Cayce readings, people in America are the mass reincarnation of Atlanteans. We lived in a more technological society. We had a past life with technology that's much better than anything we have even today. Because, yeah, you'd have your smartphones and magic mirror, they might call it now. Something like that. But you're also going to have anti-gravity. You're also going to have free energy. You're also going to have 3D printed meals. You're also going to have consciousness abilities that you don't have now, psychic abilities that you don't have now. Almost everybody, according to Cayce, who's incarnating in America in the 20th century and the 21st century now, They are from Atlantis. You were in a higher technology civilization than you are now. Somebody's asking about Serena and her vids with Beth. I don't know anything about Serena, so never heard of her. Melissa Ann, but thank you for donating. Candy cigarettes and bandy lipstick. Okay. Now, I'm not going to quite go far enough with a Tramma character to use lipstick, but, I got to maintain some decorum in the performance. Anyway, it's a great time to be here because we're not on a catastrophic timeline. All that stuff that so many people have been afraid of, so many people sold books and built their whole livelihood, really, their whole public persona around predicting catastrophe. Planet X is going to sweep through the solar system. It's going to wipe us out. It's a comet. It's a meteor. It's an asteroid. It's a pole shift. It's going to be nuclear war. It's going to be World War III. It's going to be the, AI apocalypse. It's going to be transhumanism. They're going to turn us into androids. We're all going to have to go underground because they're going to nuke the surface of the planet. None of that stuff is going to happen. The Archangel Michael prophecies that came through me make it very clear that we are on a non-catastrophic timeline. And again, you don't have to believe it, but they do work this way. They use human messengers. They get the word out, and they're going to follow through with it, whether you believe it or not. And therefore, I do believe this information is true. And I would stake my life upon it. That's what I'm doing. It should be very obvious that I run very serious risks in bringing you this information. This is not a joke. This is not something I made up. I'm jumping into a very obvious war that's going on where the stakes are lethal. I'm participating in that process. I'm doing what these guys don't want you to do. I'm doing what they desperately try to stop you from talking about through censorship, through pushback, through, you get audited by the IRS. It turns out we found out this about your past. We found out that there's this person who was hurt by you, and we want to bring them out. Well, I just don't even have anything like that. Drives them frickin' crazy. There is no big, huge David Wilcock scandal that could break, that I have to worry about. It's all, whatever there is about me, you already know what it is. Because I've actually lived a pretty good life. I haven't done anything crazy. I haven't ripped people off. Anything like that is just not part of my reality. And so, Pauline Chartrand just donated $50. Darn, I've missed you, and I have had it. LOL, so good to see you well. May God bless everyone listening. Well, I wouldn't say I'm well. I'm just healthy enough that I can kind of rattle off in this raspy voice some sort of performance is good enough to get through and phone it in. But I would not say I'm feeling well. This is not feeling well. This is like David showing up because now he finally can drag his body on camera and provide some degree of mirth and entertainment in the process. More than just 25 points of IQ reduction that I had before. Because as I said, I've had what appears to be a great case of COVID. So as I was starting to get into here, I seem to have been processing the mass karma of the deep state. And what do I mean by that? That's a very audacious term. Saying something like that seems presumptuous, right? No. What I found out as the course of this went on is, okay, I unseal the last piece of the Michael prophecies. There may be a couple more tapes. I got to go into the safe and I got to look for everything before February 23rd, 1999, starting maybe around February 10th. That's a missing gap. There's a couple gaps where the tapes that I thought that I transcribed are not the end. There might be a couple more. But you guys are going to get the main reading that I unsealed, the first one in February. There's a couple others. We're going to spread them out over subsequent shows. I haven't had the time to do most of the Ezra slides because I've just really been very sick. And I'm now functional and ready to talk, but by no means am I having a great time here. So glad you're feeling better, David. I've missed you, says Stuzy Lou. Thank you very much.
I'd like something exciting to happen for us after the election. We need that for humanity, says Kathy Rennick, yes. So I think that we are going to see it play out. And I think that we're going to see an overwhelming disparity between one side and the other. It is not going to be close. It's going to be a very asymmetrical victory. And there are still people, you know, some of whom I know personally, who are going to be very, 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 very unhappy about that. Because they still don't get what's really going on. They still don't understand that the U.S. military is working something that's the greatest military plan we've ever seen in human history, the greatest military operation we've ever seen. And part of what makes it so weird and part of what makes it so all-encompassing is the degree to which they have preserved free will without directly telling you that it's them and what they're doing. But you have to stretch disbelief more and more to look at the events that are happening in the world and to not see that there's a hidden hand. And that one of those hidden hands is working for the positive. So you have to now visualize the idea that the military is doing a very complex series of operations, in which they want you to learn about certain things that the existing power structure would never, ever, ever want you to know. They would keep it secret forever. Do not embarrass us. When I went to D.C., I'll tell you a story, okay? When I went to D.C. to have meetings for our aerospace company, and I was meeting with people who were going to lobby on our behalf to congressmen and so forth, I learned the number one rule in Washington, D.C. is do not embarrass us. And it was told to me with a straight face, and I was not going to be making any jokes or smiling or smirking or wisecracking. Okay, do not embarrass us. That's a big deal. So when you think about that in terms of how much embarrassment is going on now with the powers that were, the amount of embarrassing things that happen every day, the amount of things that are making them furious, this rapper being arrested is an indictment of the entire system. Maybe it's not what we thought. Maybe it's not merely to try to make you laugh and make money by entertaining you, and whatever is the most entertaining wins. Maybe that's not what it is. Maybe there's this other agenda. Maybe that's why you can't go watch a Grammy Awards ceremony, a music ceremony, Super Bowl halftime show, Olympics opening or closing ceremony without seeing all this really weird stuff. Really dark, negative themes, horns on people's heads, and fire, and blood, and really weird, ugly, distorted images that most people would think of as being evil or satanic. Why do they keep going back to that well? Why do they keep drinking out of that well? Well, maybe it's because this is really, really frickin' real. And maybe the military has access to classified intel that you don't, and maybe they know. Like I was told by multiple insiders, these creatures can be summoned. This is frickin' real. There are aliens that are grays that are frickin' real. They've died. They've left bodies behind. We have them stored away in the warehouse underground. The reptilians are real. We have their bodies stored away in the warehouse underground. When you see this stuff, when you understand what's really going on, you're like, man, the Bible is actually right the hell on. It's not even like anything mythological at all. It's a documentary. It's a series of facts, including the idea that Jesus Christ is the mind of the galaxy. God the Father would be the mind of the whole universe, okay? But God the Son is the galactic logos. This is standard law of one. They talk about the logos, that the logos is love, the logos is the mind of the galaxy, and the logos is Jesus, what Jesus became through self-purification. And the Casey readings, their big argument that they kept coming back to over and over again was that you are the Christ, that you are becoming Christ, that we are in a Christ pattern, that we are supposed to go through the hero's journey, go through a planetary crucifixion, which I thought was going to be catastrophic, and then we would ascend like Jesus. We would become rainbow body or, higher dimensional beings through this catastrophe. We would be rescued in an intergalactic Noah's Ark type of operation where they use flying saucers and motherships to come and rescue those who are going to be saved from the inferno, whatever the earth is going to turn into. Nope. Michael Prophecy says we're going through a non-catastrophic ascension, and they go into great detail, and I was amazed because I wrote this stuff, but I didn't remember any of it. I would transcribe these things. I would be in trance when I transcribed them. I'd upload them on the internet, and then I'd just go do another one. And I never really went back and read it. Some of the stuff in 1998 was never published, and that was some of the craziest stuff. But I've got it backed up on cassettes. I've got it backed up on hard printouts from my Apple IIc, my little dot matrix printer. I've got it on multiple hard drives. There is no credible way to dispute the validity of the prophecies. So nobody bothers to do that. They just attack my character. That's all we get. But the prophecies themselves hold up very, very well. And when you have so many accurate prophecies, it tends to make me inclined to believe the rest, because if they can see everything up until now so clearly, then why can't they also be right about the future? Well, they probably are. So as you probably know, the mainstay of the Michael prophecies has been that next year, 2025, we're going to experience a non-catastrophic first wave of ascension. Somewhere down the road, and it appears that it will be anywhere between 100 to 700 years from now, once we are all ready to transform into the next level of light body evolution, once everybody on Earth is ready, then we will get the big solar flash that changes the planet's orbits, that makes the Earth no longer 365.2422 days in its orbit. It's now going to be longer than that. The year will get longer. We will become farther away from the sun. We're probably going to lose the moon. It won't be our own satellite anymore. There's going to be a huge solar flash, but it won't hurt any of us because now we can turn into light beings. But there's also this very strange thing that I really only heard about later on. I realized it was in Virgin Mary prophecies, the Virgin Mary of Garabandal in Spain, 1961 to 65, talking about that there would be an initial solar event where you would see what you've done in other lifetimes. You would see the nature of your own soul unvarnished. You get to see who you really are as a being, as a soul, as a universal entity. Because you're so much more than just a human. If you think this is all there is, you're trapped in the duality of materialism. You're trapped in Maya, the Mayic delusion. You are in samsara, to use a Hindu term, the prison of materiality, not seeing that you are a soul, not seeing that you are a cosmic light being that exists outside time and space, that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. All stages of who you are have already happened. And the best that beings like Archangel Michael can do is compress how long it takes you to get to the end, like an accordion. If each lesson that you need to learn is one of the folds on the accordion, we want to compress the accordion so that the amount of time that it takes for you to become your future self is less. We know you're going to become your future self. We want it to take less time to get there. We want to squeeze the accordion so that you don't spend as much time suffering in this prison of duality, in this thinking that there could be such a thing as a bad person, for example. There is no bad person. Everyone is made in the image of the Creator. Everyone is made in the image of intelligent infinity, of the Logos, of Christ, if you want to use that term. Some people get really triggered by it, so I try not to delve into that symbol set too much, but it's all there. That's what the Law of One is telling us. This is what I'm really teaching. There is a cosmic intelligence, and that intelligence is loving. And it doesn't like evil, and it doesn't want us to be doing evil.
but it gives us the free will to pursue these things if we want to. And the farther down that negative path you go, if you get far enough into it, you find out you get results. Beings are going to appear in front of you that are evil. That's how far it will go if you really become a dedicated practitioner of the dark arts. This is why there's movies like Harry Potter, why they're always obsessed with creatures manifesting. Why are there all these weird things in the Lord of the Rings? What is Gollum? The being that you see as Gollum is a demon. I mean, that's based on what the name Gollum is a summoned demon from these old black magic books. Okay, it's called a golem. If you get this thing to show up, it's called Gollum. Imagine that it just so happens that this my precious being that you see in Lord of the Rings is named Gollum. Yeah, that's the same frickin', they didn't even change the name. They're familiarizing you through apparent fiction with the world that they live in. Fantastic Beasts, right? That was the follow-up to Harry Potter movies, Fantastic Beasts. What are the Fantastic Beasts? Well, think about it. It's stuff that you can get to appear in front of you if you know what you're doing. They might appear fantastic, but they're fantastically evil. Okay, that would be the distinction. So again, we have a very weird thing going on here where I'm in an awkward position, if you could think of it that way, because I have to represent this material that was brought through me, and I don't really have any allies or support other than things like endorsements from the Alliance. The Alliance is very aware of what we're doing. The Alliance clearly supports the Michael prophecies. We're going to have another example of how they did that this week. It was totally mind-blowing because 45 posted the prayer to St. Michael the Archangel on the same day that I posted some of the unsealed readings from 25 years ago on Twitter for the first time, Twitter X. The same day he posted that prayer, and I didn't even realize that the date that I put this stuff up, Sunday, September 29th, 2024, that date of September 29th is a holiday for Archangel Michael. It's the equivalent of Archangel Michael's Christmas, and it's called Michael Mass. You have Christ Mass, you have Michael Mass. So I didn't even know. I'm starting to get sick. I'm starting to have these horrific COVID symptoms, and I knew I was in trouble. So I'm like, now is a great time to post this stuff. I'm not going to do the show on Sunday. Let's get this out there. And it had talked about what I was just talking about the week before. Just the week before on my show, I was talking about the idea that the negative side may try to do a fake alien invasion. And I speculated in the show that if they tried to do this, that Michael's people may intervene on a massive level at that moment. That there may be a mass contact event which pretty much is the same thing as the second coming of Christ, or what that concept is in the Bible. If you're expecting to only see Jesus, no, it's actually like a whole armada of angelic beings, including Jesus, in some form, because these beings are conversant with his level of development. So the Law of One talks about that. They talk about the idea that there's going to be some sort of mass contact, and we should expect this to happen. These beings might have showed up in the past and disappeared, but they didn't really disappear. They're choosing not to be seen. They're choosing not to show themselves right now, but they are coming back. So I was speculating about the idea that if the deep state tries to do the big alien fake invasion, that boom, here comes Archangel Michael, and you're seeing, the war between angelic beings and the negative playing out in our skies. They show up. It's childhood's end. Now, Michael said no. He said that first the Alliance has to finish the job. They have to reveal to the world what was really going on. They have to pull the mask off. You meddling kids! At the end of Scooby-Doo, right? They got to pull the mask off. And then you find out, oh, it was this guy dressing up as a monster, but he was the one doing all this stuff. It wasn't really a ghost after all. It was just this dude in a ghost costume. We need that type of Wizard of Oz reveal of the man behind the curtain on a global level before we're going to get the second coming of Christ. That's what this new reading that I unsealed just said. So it's fascinating. So what we're looking at here is the military, the alliance, uncovering all this stuff that the number one rule in DC is do not embarrass us, right? Do not embarrass us. So all this stuff that's coming out now is exactly what they don't want. It's exactly what they don't want. They are not happy about any of the things that you're learning. And they do have control of the published media, the main media that's out there, but it's almost irrelevant now because of social media and because of things going viral. And so what I discovered was that I'm watching these hurricanes, I'm powerless, and I'm lying there in bed going, my God, my brain isn't even working right. I can't even function. I'm stupid. I'm tired. I've got congestion. I've got fevers. I've got body aches. I can't get out of bed. I pee every hour when I have to wake up and drag myself out of bed to go pee. I'm having a temperature. It's just a frickin' nightmare, man. It's a frickin' nightmare. This COVID thing is a nightmare. And all of my symptoms are identical to COVID 2024, by the way. I'm not going to get it tested. I don't need to. I know this is what it is. And so now I'm 2 weeks in since those symptoms started on Michaelmas. And man, it's finally at the point where I can feel somewhat good about being on camera and talking to you like this. But I'm already getting a sore throat. I'm already getting tired. I probably won't do 4.5 hours. So I said to myself, why would I unseal the final piece of Michael's puzzle of the non-catastrophic ascension, which includes and must include, as he said in many of the readings, the military itself exposing the dark side through this vast covert operation where, no, we are going to embarrass you. We're going to dredge up all the stuff that's embarrassing. You're not going to like it. It's going to be released through, obviously not the mainstream, but through various sources. And then there are people getting arrested and things that they can't control. And then both sides may have weather technology. And we saw a very dramatic event take place involving that. So I realized in the midst of my illness that I had an unreasonable fantasy projection of the negative. What do I mean? My unreasonable fantasy projection of the negative was this belief system that they actually could bring society to a grinding halt, that they actually could create a non-normal November, that they could create so much disruption that we're not going to be able to do what we would normally do in November. And, oh, well, there's an emergency, and so those who are in power have to stay in power. We can't let anybody else in there because we got to manage this horrible emergency. And they tried really hard. They gave it their all. Do you remember that we were expecting on October the 7th that there were going to be multiple groups of people who have been, let's say, allowed in? And those types of people supposedly have their weapons, and they were supposedly going to do coordinated strikes all over the country on October 7th. And we'd gotten really good intel on that. That never happened. Why? Perhaps because in the background, the military is intercepting their communications, and they're actually stopping them from ever being able to even get these things to happen. Nobody took up weapons. Nobody created these mass atrocities. You didn't get some type of event that was coordinated. And the reason is, again, the military's on top of it. They're infiltrating this stuff. They're stopping it before it ever happens. We had this freaking terrifying dock worker strike, this longshoreman strike. And here's this guy on video. I didn't even watch the video. I didn't want to be threatened by this man. I'm going to bring you down. I am going to bring you to an end. You know, like, please. I don't want to be threatened. I don't want to hear it. Ended up not happening. It ended up not happening. They somehow broke the strike almost immediately. And now people are speculating on, like, well, you know, were there voices inside some of these containers? Were there people banging on the wall and screaming in there, help me, let me out, let me out? And did the presence of the military on the ground at the time when they were supposedly there to prevent riots in strike events, were they actually doing something else? Did they capture a bunch of evidence that we're going to get our hands on? So what I discovered was, okay, let's look at these executive orders we've talked about before. Let's look at the fact that the money has been taken away, that behind the scenes, these military operations have been very effective. They just don't have the money. And so let's go back to the slide because I'm getting to this point. With my illness, I'm lying there and I'm realizing, hey, I might be processing their karma because I would like to do something for the positive, but I can't. My body won't function. I'm not smart enough to talk. I wouldn't be able to stop from coughing. I had fever. I had body aches. I had the need to be in bed. I had this enormous fatigue. I didn't have enough energy to frickin' come downstairs. This stairwell right here, the stairwell that's behind me that you can see on camera 3, this would kick my ass. I couldn't make it down the stairs, you guys. I couldn't do anything. And I got stuck this way like a mosquito in amber. For 2 frickin' weeks, I'm trapped in this miserable hell of like, wow, you know, I just can't even frickin' function. I'm just not able to do the things that I want to do. And I realized I had this big epiphany, you guys. And the epiphany is, what if I'm going through this because the DS is going through the same thing? And what would so think about it, right? How do these angelic beings work? They give you back the karma that you create. So if you prescribe significance to the idea that what I'm suffering with right now, and I still have to blow my nose sometimes, was designed, right? This is the Lamborghini. I got the sports car version of what they want. You're not really as sick as you've ever been before. You don't really have the worst bronchitis. You don't really have the worst nasal congestion or sinus pain. But what makes this one the number one is that you just stay debilitated and stupid and tired for so frickin' long. You just cannot get over it. You just cannot get past this fatigue and the dry cough and the sore throat. And it just goes on and on and on. So what if angelic beings designed the karma for this group where they would have some sort of similar debility of their body politic? In this case, it's my body. They have a body politic. They have a group. They have an organization. They're working on a group level. And their body is sick. Their body cannot function. Their body cannot do what they want. They want to create extinction level events. They have this fantasy that they can bring society to a halt. I bought into it. I believed they had that power, but they're too sick. They're too weak. They can't actually make it happen. So I was processing their karma, and they do not have the staff, the money, or the public support to be able to do what they want. That's the COVID karma coming back on them. You wanted everybody to be like this. You wanted everybody dumb and slow and body aches and extreme fatigue and extreme exhaustion. And now you guys are being marched right into November, and you can't actually stop it. You're going to have to see November play out. You're going to have to see people actually do this legally and cast votes, and it's going to be a frickin' bloodbath. because they've made so many mistakes, they've done so many stupid things, and it just keeps going on and on and on. And this is our non-catastrophic ascension, folks. This is the military facilitating a mass consciousness awakening where fearful events like the dock strike, like Hurricane Helene, that actually caused real loss of life in that case and actually led to atrocities occurring. Part of what these angelic beings have to do is they have to allow a certain amount of atrocities to occur to wake us up out of the matrix, to wake us up out of our delusionary consciousness that we get stuck in. They have to let certain things happen. It's very sad that Helene had to happen at all. But then you saw with the second one with Milton that it didn't turn out to be anywhere near as bad. I mean, everybody believed. Holy crap. I mean, I believed it. I fell into it. I'm like, wow, you know, it looks like Florida's about to be wiped out. And here I am, so freaking sick. I can't even be out there doing anything but tweeting on X. I can't do a video. I'm just debilitated. I can't lift a finger to do more. And yet I'm watching what looks like the end of the world playing out. So this was very intense. And then all of a sudden, Category 5 goes down to Category 1. And there is no bulldozer that bulldozes the whole middle of Florida. I mean, yeah, the people got hit. Don't get me wrong. But it was way less. And everybody was praying. That's another thing that I found so freaking amazing. Everybody was praying for the end of the hurricane and for people's lives not to be destroyed. And it worked. There's at least 3 major rewrites of my screenplay Convergence, which I did with a major A-list Hollywood screenwriter, okay? I'm going to give away the ending of the movie, okay? Because we didn't ever get the movie made. I have the screenplays. I may go back and dig through this later on and find these pages of some of the screenplays that we had written early in the game with Jim Hart. He was the guy that wrote Contact with Jodie Foster, and he'd also written The Last Mimsy, which was another fascinating film that had lots of disclosure in it. So if he did Contact, man, he's like the go-to guy, you know? He wrote the introduction for Sourcefield Investigations as well. So we hired him to write a Hollywood screenplay, and in at least, I think, 3 drafts early along when we were writing this movie, the grand finale, are you ready for this? The grand finale of my movie that I wanted to get made, if there's one movie I could do for Hollywood, before I realized how controlled it was, it's impossible to do anything off script. The movie I wanted to make concluded with a Category 5 hurricane that was going to destroy Florida and the whole East Coast, and everybody believed it was going to hit. And the movie ended with a mass prayer initiative that also involved ancient technology from Atlantis, like the Bermuda Triangle stuff. And we were going to make it visually dramatic, but basically the idea was at the end of Convergence that a Category 5 hurricane just got wiped out by prayer power. And I was trying to find a way to do a movie where that's the conclusion of the film. It's literally what it is. And I can go back and find screenplays and find some of the scenes of this, that the hurricane magically disappeared. And here I am thinking about all this, that I wrote a movie about this, that this is my movie. This is the Category 5 hurricane. Our characters in the story get caught out in the ocean in a boat. As this is starting to happen, they're terrified. But they're able to activate this prayer initiative. And it was always kind of hard to tie in the mass prayer initiative and figure out how to get the mass public doing that. So it kind of morphed at some point into an ancient Atlantean technology that involved the use of pyramids, but could dissipate the hurricane. But I was still trying to find a way to tie it into people on a mass level doing the prayer activation as well. That was my big idea for a movie. That would be the greatest, most dramatic example of prayer power in action, would be to nullify a Category 5 hurricane. It was my movie, and then it frickin' happened. People were praying for this thing not to be bad. We already saw another hurricane that slid way the hell up the coast inland at a very high level of severity. Why wouldn't this Category 5 have been able to stay a 5 as it went over Florida? Well, apparently because of our mass prayer and because of the convergence, hence the title of my film, the convergence of prayer and this ancient technology that the military is using, which is the technology of manipulating the weather. That's one of the things that ancient technology can do. So then what I realized was, for like a week there, they had us all really on the ropes. We thought this is the end of the world. My parents were feeling that energy. I talked to David Nino Rodriguez about it, a guy I've done some shows with. Probably do another show with him pretty soon when I start feeling better. Nino's Corner, it's called. It's here on YouTube. I mean, it's so intense. What we were going through, the dock strike suddenly resolved, and then here's these hurricanes, and it's like people aren't getting what they need. It was so scary. But again, they don't have the staff, the money, or the support to actually finalize the deal and create a true, complete breakdown of society. So when I finally got to the point of dragging myself together and saying, okay, I'm going to do a show, I'm going to talk about this stuff, I'm going to bring it out into the open, bring it out into the public, what am I going to talk about? And that's why I said, it's going to be, hey, what if it's a normal November? Because then I figured it out. It's like, the Alliance would be a lot better off at this point getting a clean title. Like, let's say you want to buy a boat, or you want to buy a car, or you want to buy an airplane, whatever it is, or you want to buy a house. Any significant asset that you would want to purchase, as I've seen with trying to get money for this company, you got to have all your due diligence in place. Everything's got to be pristine. The paperwork's got to be beautiful. You just want to have that perfect title. You can't have your car, you can't start driving your own car if you don't have a clear title to the car. If there's a dispute on the title, you have to resolve that before the DMV is going to give you your license plates and let you say that that car is yours. If you want to buy a house, but you can't get the title in your name, you can't connect the utilities, you can't get the bank loan, all this stuff requires you to have a clear title, a clear chain of ownership. And so it occurred to me, my God, even though I was expecting arrests before November, I was saying there's not going to be a normal November, the title, the chain of title would always be under question. There would always be fantasy thinking people who would say to themselves, if only the military had allowed us to have a normal November, then my team would have won. I believe my team would have won. I believe. I will never believe in the legitimacy of this guy. Why? Because my team would have won if they had allowed us to do it, but they're sore losers and they stole it from us and they wouldn't let it play out. They wouldn't let it play out. So do you see the awesomeness of what actually happens if there's a landslide in November? Do you see the awesomeness of how that, it's like you printed the title. You've got the writ that you can hang on the wall. You've got the certificate. You've got the validation. You passed the due diligence. You've dotted all the I's. You've crossed all the T's. You satisfied all the requirements of the contract. And then when I started thinking about it, all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, how did I not see this before? It has so much more legitimacy if November happens in a normal way. And now we're expecting, it's very obvious that as long as you do your job, and that's what I'm asking you to do, is just exercise your, if you're in America and you're an American citizen, please exercise your right to vote. Go out there and I would say make damn sure, even if you have to crawl over broken glass, that you get to that booth. Whatever the hell you have to do, whatever the hell is going on, no matter what kind of threat might be in front of you, you just make absolutely sure that you get to that voting booth and you get it done. because you know the other side is going to be thinking that way. You know that every last smidgen of support that's out there is going to show up en masse to try to make sure that what they think of as a disaster will never occur, because they're so terrified. Oh my God, we can't ever let him near there again. We can't let this happen again, because again, you've got 8 years of massive indoctrination. One attack after another. Please, please go beyond what you're being told. Look beneath the surface. Think about it a little bit. Think about what I'm telling you. What if he's just the guy that they needed to have do this for the military? And what if the story is something you have no idea about? And if you think that 4 more years is so horrific, you have no idea. The whole planet would be lost if it didn't turn out this way. It is not the lesser of two evils. It's one really great choice and one frickin' horrific choice. It doesn't even matter whether you like him or not. You're not getting married. He's not your romantic partner. And you don't have to like everything that he says. He's a flawed being. He makes mistakes. He says things that are really hurtful and unloving and unkind. And it's okay. We have to get beyond this idea that when somebody makes micro infractions, when somebody makes these microaggressions, they say something wrong, they did something wrong. Oh, well, that person needs to be canceled. That person needs to be eliminated. If you make the minutest criticism of our inside groups that we're protecting, you have to be destroyed. There is no tolerance. You don't get to have a sassy mouth. You don't get to talk back. You don't get to be a jerk. You don't get to be an ass. If you have a sassy mouth, you're done. Do not embarrass us. You're done. You cannot say these things. You cannot criticize. That is the definition of a psychopath. If you live with a psychopath, you are not allowed to criticize anything they say, anything they want, any behavioral controls they put on you. You do it my way or the highway. My roof, my rules. This is my game. This is my show. You get in line or you will be punished and tortured. And that is what living with somebody like this is like. You don't get to ask any questions. You don't get to stand up to them. You don't get to be sassy. You don't get to have a little mouth. You do exactly what the hell they say. That is the basis of a system that an evil person wants to create. They don't want you asking questions. They don't want you to have freedom. They don't want your voice to be heard. They want you to fall in line. They want you to do exactly what they say. And that harshness is there in the opposition that we see. They want people to become hardliners. They want people to use this apparatus as a weapon, that you get behind the apparatus and it's state-sanctioned violence. They're doing it for you. They're doing it so that you don't have to have you never have to feel afraid. Let's just get rid of anybody that makes me feel afraid. Get rid of anybody that upsets me. Get rid of anybody that causes me pain. Get rid of anybody that makes me feel sad. Get rid of anybody that upsets me. That's not how you solve problems. That's not how you work out something. That's not how you come to an agreement. You can't take this hardline stance. And again, the problem they're having is they don't have the staff, the money, or the support to do what they want. And people are learning that this is an abuse culture. The culture behind this is not being honest with you about who they are or what they want to do if they win. They're not being honest with you. They're lying constantly. They don't want you to understand what they're really into. They don't want you to understand how sick it really is, how stomach-churning it really is. But thanks to this arrest that we've got talked about on this slide here, the public's already learned the truth. That's what I realized. It's like, wait a minute. The equivalent of the trial or the tribunal, whatever the heck you want to call it, it already happened. The public trial already happened. The embarrassment has already occurred. It is an indictment of the entire system. Why do they have this abuse culture? Why are they drugging people? Why are they going after underage? What in the world is going on here? Why would they try to hurt people? Why would they try to reduce population? Why would they try to create atrocities? And what the hell is their ultimate end goal? What if they're going to cut off food and water and medicine and try to artificially engineer a situation like that? What is the desired goal? And who does that goal serve? What masters are served by, again, the electricity that powers the AI, creating mass suffering? If you get a whole country full of people all dying and starving to death, does that benefit anyone? Yes. It benefits this AI. It benefits that system that apparently is an alien control system that all of a sudden makes the Bible look very three-dimensional and very, very important. These things that we thought were going on are not superstitions. They are not mythologies. There really are demons. There really are angels. And we're having a war that's reaching its apex that we're going to win, and it's going to turn out positively, and the military side will achieve its objectives. And so the public has already learned the truth, and the awakening has already occurred, that you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And as I said, the idea that they could create enough chaos to throw off the November from being normal appears to have been a fantasy. They gave it their all. Yeah, there's probably more stuff. I mean, the next 2-3 weeks are really intense. But I think the plan works well enough that it won't come out that way. And so once you get a clear victory, man, and you can't tamper with it, there's not enough playability, there's not enough margin left for that tampering to be done, then, man, you've got a clean title. It's your house. It's your house. You have the title to the house. The White House is yours. You got the title to the White House. You did it legally. You did it through the right procedural process. It happened in the way it was supposed to. All of this crazy idea of chaos, yeah, they tried really hard, but it didn't actually work. This crazy port strike that they had suddenly resolved, but for a time with the hurricanes, they seemed all powerful. What was going on was like extinction level stuff. Milton was up to a 5, and then suddenly, magically, it just fizzled. But what happens in the middle of this? When people are threatened, they learn the information they need to feel safe. And so people are learning that you can use radiation in the form of directed energy, microwave radiation. You can use radiation to steer these phenomena. It's not even a question anymore. And the other night I was lying in bed and I remembered the amazing story of Hurricane Wilma. I put it on X. Here you have, if you haven't seen this, is going to blow your doors off. In 2005, this was a hurricane that lashed at the East Coast, lashed at Florida. I had my own bad experiences around this. We actually had to outrun this hurricane. And so I was on a cruise ship during Wilma, and we had a 25-foot chop. That means that the deck that you're on is going 25 feet up and down. They had air sickness bags spread all the way down the hall. And here we are in the Caribbean, outrunning Hurricane Wilma in this cruise ship, and everybody is like sick. And in order to do my lecture, I had to lean my whole entire left leg on a table in front of me so I wouldn't fall over while I'm trying to do my talk for the people who'd paid to be on this cruise ship to be with David. Well, after the hurricane took place, data came out that was totally astonishing, because in the clouds around the eye is the number 2. And it actually, I'm not exactly sure what the font is. I said Arial, might even be a little bit more like Helvetica. But there is a number 2 in the clouds that actually looks very sharp and clean, and it actually rotates with the clouds. It's co-rotational with the rest of the clouds. And so this is an actual still image of the hurricane right near Miami, which you see off there on the right. Naples is immediately above it. There's Fort Myers. It was hitting the same basic areas that got hit again. It says 5:56 a.m. And what you really see there is in the middle of the blue, which is the eye of the hurricane. It's not blue. There's clouds, and they are in the shape of the number 2. And so this is an actual number 2 in Arial font. And I see, okay, it's not exactly the same as Arial. So I found out that if you put the Helvetica font in, which is what you see right here, it might even be a little bit closer to Helvetica than it is to Arial. But there you go. So it's a number 2. And now what I'm going to show you is this animation where, look at that. Now it's blue. Okay, now the number 2 is blue and the area around it is light blue. But you can actually see as I run this for you that the number 2 is frickin' rotating inside the middle of this light blue area. Anybody who tells me they can't see this or they don't see this, you're just not using your eyes, because again, here it is, it's rotating. You can see the number 2 holds its shape, and in this image, once again, it looks very similar to a Helvetica font number 2. Are you trying to tell me that this is the work of conspiracy theorists? That this didn't happen? That this, I didn't actually get my hands on this film? Well, here it is up close. You can see the number 2 very clearly. It's rotating with the storm. And another thing, just to make it even more crazy, is that the number 2 indicated that it was a Category 2 hurricane, which it was at the time the number 2 was in the hurricane. It actually was a Category 2, and so whoever did this was branding it as a Category 2 hurricane with a rotating number 2. So this is so freaking weird, and I have to give Richard Hoagland credit. He was the one who saw it first. And we started talking about this after it happened. We wrote an article called Hyperdimensional Hurricane for his website. We co-authored it. We had this data in there. He talked about it on Coast to Coast AM, whether it was Art Bell or George Norrie at that point. I'm not entirely sure I remember. They kind of kept alternating for a while. I know that Art was still doing it as late as 2004. And I'm not sure if he was doing it with Art or with George Norrie, okay? But Hoagland had an awesome point, and it was like, oh, dude, Richard, you're right, man. You're freaking right. If they can create the number 2, if they can actually do that, then they can steer it as well. Obviously, if you can create this picture-perfect Helvetica font digit, a very terrestrial, very human number 2, the actual number in a nice, tight, crisp, computerized font, and the clouds perfectly outline the shape, and they rotate with the thing. If they can go that far, that they can make it almost like a hurricane is a television screen or a digital readout, and they can cohere the clouds in such a way that the clouds themselves very distinctly show you a number 2. How the hell is there a technology advanced enough to do that? How the hell do you do that? How the hell do you create a number 2 visual image with sharp, tight edges that rotates with the whole thing? Obviously, they have the ability to steer and direct, because that's like low level compared to making a number 2. A number 2 is a much more advanced skill than just nudging it this way, nudging it that way. So now all of a sudden everybody's hip to this, and they're like, yeah, you know what? This was not normal. This was directed for very specific purposes, and like they always try to do, they want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So not only did they steer it, but they steered it directly through all of the reddest districts of this area of Appalachia. And then, as we're hearing, sure enough, it just so magically happens that there's these incredibly valuable mines in the area where everybody lost their home and was told, eminent domain, you got to get out of here, sign over your property, here's your $750. Oh, but it's only a loan. And oh, we're not going to let you get any supplies. We're going to stop all that, interdict all that stuff. If anybody comes in with a plane or a car, we're going to say, we're confiscating this, it belongs to us, you can't bring this in, you're not authorized, you're not approved. Who the hell cares about approval? You know, when Winston Churchill needed to evacuate his troops so that they didn't get killed by Hitler, and he had very little time to do it, he used everybody's boat. Anybody that had a boat, private citizen, doesn't matter if the boat's leaking, doesn't matter if it might not make the journey. This is an emergency. If you've got a boat, Churchill wants you to use your boat for the good of the country of Great Britain. Get the soldiers into your boat. Get them the hell out of there before Hitler arrives. It didn't need to be a certain kind of boat. You didn't need to fill out an application. You didn't need to be vetted by the government. You didn't need to have a particular serial number on the back of your boat. You didn't have to be authorized to do this. It was just a situation of get everybody the hell in these boats before they get blown up. And normally you would assume in disaster mitigation that it would be exactly the same thing that Churchill voted for. If you've got a car, if you've got a plane, if you've got a helicopter, you get it the hell in there and you get these people the help they need immediately. Oh, and by the way, isn't it weird that it just so happens to be where there's all this, you know, very valuable material, more valuable than gold. We need lithium for everything, but especially for battery technology, and we're now moving more and more in that direction. And we have this incredibly valuable set of material, and these people don't want to give up their homes. Well, now your home's gone anyway. So could somebody have a joystick, and instead of making the number 2, all they got to do is something easy. They just got to steer it where they want it to go. Steer it over where you need this valuable material to be freed up. Steer it over where the people you hate live. The people who aren't going to vote for you. The people who don't like you. The people who embarrass you. Do not embarrass us. Number 1 rule of Washington, D.C. The people who are embarrassing you. If you actually hate these people so much because they're not going to vote for you that you would want to hurt them, that's crazy. But that's what everybody's got going through their mind now. That's even the normies are like, oh, okay, they're trying to kill their opponent. They keep trying, it didn't work. And they want to kill their opponents. They don't like you. They would love to find a way to create customized disasters for everybody. What can we do over here? What can we do over there? What can we do on the West Coast? What can we do in the Midwest? Okay, Southeast, right, we got hurricanes. We can hit them with that. Then we'll cut everything off, leave them stranded. Are they really able to think that way? Would they really hate you that much just for not being on their side? That's just a question you have to ask yourself. That's part of what this is about. So sure enough, if you haven't already seen this, this is one of the great posts. And again, type that in on X and you're going to open up Pandora's box, man. If you haven't been following this, you really should. Because we're going to get a normal November. It's going to be a landslide. And then they've got the title, man. They've got the title to the house. And do they need to wait until January? We'll get to that later. I don't know if they do. They might not. Probably not. The map illustrates the path of destruction caused by Helene, overlaid with these results. Oh. The storm appeared to largely bypass the bluest areas in key states while heavily impacting predominantly red regions. There were a few exceptions, such as Asheville, leaning about 60% blue, but most larger blue places seemed to avoid the worst. Oh my God. So there you see the path of the damage, the path of where everything went, and it is in the reddest of the red zones, almost without exception. It's like somebody literally came in with a sword, but it's a sword of weather, and they just said, let's just chop this big frickin' sword blow to this whole entire region of the country. This is the South. This is what was fought over in the Civil War. As soon as you go above Virginia, you're above the Y'all line, you're above the Mason-Dixon line, and it stopped. It was just the traditional deep red South, and it was in the reddest parts of the traditional deep red South. It went just high enough to make it up to Virginia, and then it fizzled out, leaving this crazy amount of destruction. And the point again is, I'm not even telling you my own opinion or belief anymore. I'm telling you the public now believes on a massive level that these people were cut off. And so then the question is, in light of all of the context, I'll take you to the dark place you don't want to go. I'll ask the question that you might not be brave enough to ask, which is, was this ultimately a failed attempt at a mass offering? That's what they do. This is called a large-scale ceremonial event. It's the same thing with the Great London Fire of 1666, where they burned down the ghetto. The whole ghetto went up in flames in the magical year ending in 666. And then in the aftermath of that, what did they do? They built the city of London there. They built their financial center there. They got rid of everybody. The property is pennies on the dollar. It's premium valued land. You don't have to evict anybody. You don't have to deal with lawyers. There's a huge freaking catastrophe. Everybody loses their stuff, and now the premium real estate, you get it for pennies on the dollar, and you build what you want. Oh, and in the process of the fire, you're actually creating something that these negative spirits very much enjoy. And they're running around, and that's why they're called elementals. They live in flame. Some of these demons live in fire, and they are very comfortable in a fire. They can function in that fire. It doesn't hurt them. It doesn't burn their skin at all. And what they're doing is they're enjoying what's happening to people as those people are in the fire. Elementals can be in water. They can enjoy a water disaster. They can be right there enjoying while people are drowning, and it doesn't hurt them. They live in a different reality than we do. And so it's very unpleasant, but this is what people are having to see. And again, believe me, I'm just giving you a little taste of this in advance of the big one. All of this stuff is going to come tumbling out, but it now makes sense to me, if we had a normal November, that it makes more sense because there is a very clear chain of title. An indisputable, it's not a, hey, I wonder what would have happened if there had been a November. Wouldn't my team have won? I want to believe that so bad. No, you have to see it play out. You have to see that regardless of all the stupid stuff they do, it's not going to work for them. They're not going to pull this off. And what they did with the way that the hurricane was handled in the aftermath, it got everybody asking weird questions. Because, again, it was a profoundly bad move. It's like a very childish attempt to try to do something really dark and evil, but they didn't have enough people, just like me being sick. I don't have the energy. I can't make my plans work. I can't do a video. I can't write anything. I'm just stuck here in bed, and I just got to watch history playing out on X. This was a profoundly bad move that created the equivalent of full disclosure, because they tried the same sort of thing, as I said, that happened with the Superdome. Lock everybody in there. No supplies are getting in. No supplies. You got cameras in there because it's a sports arena, so you can film all the crazy stuff that starts to happen as it completely degenerates and turns into chaos. This is a ceremony. And elementals are having a great time in there as everybody starts killing each other. They like that. That's a mass ritual. That's the kind of thing they like to do. The French Revolution. They cut off all the food going into this country. This is why the French have now romanticized the idea of eating snails, escargot, the idea of eating rabbit, the idea of eating wild morel mushrooms. The morel mushroom is very prized in France. Escargot is just snails. This is because, and I have a friend named Raphael who's from France, he told me about all this. They celebrated the way that they had to eat in order to survive. They had to eat snails. It wasn't like, oh, well, let's try escargot. It's like, holy crap, I'm starving to death. What about these snails? That thing might be like shellfish. Let's try it, you know? Hey, I've never eaten a rabbit before, but we don't have anything else. Let's try to make something out of rabbit that tastes good. And this is where Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake, right? She was totally detached from the reality of the mass starvation that was occurring. And the people who do this stuff, they get found out. Robespierre and all the people who were behind the French Revolution, they all got beheaded or thrown down the stairs or, you know, executed in some ceremonial way, or they killed themselves first. These groups do not get to maintain power for long periods of time. The cycles of history require them to be exposed, require them to be outed. And in fact, I think this time is going to be a lot better for them because many of them are going to have a trial and they're going to be incarcerated. They're not going to... You would be better off going through a trial and incarceration than going out into the public square where people can get their hands on you, frankly. It's a much more ethical thing to end up with a jail sentence and not ever let the people get near you. So that we're doing it better this time than we've done in previous cycles of history. You don't want to throw people out into the street. They're going to get torn apart. Once the public's mad and they think they've been wronged and they think they know who did it, they go crazy. And so Archangel Michael has always told me we want to avoid the torches and pitchforks. So here you have Helene, this horrible thing is going on, and there's all this weird, like, jackbooted thug, totalitarian, crazy stuff going on. We're like, nope, it's not like Winston Churchill. It's not like the mass evacuation in World War II that he did, where everybody who's got a boat, just get soldiers on your boat and get them the hell out of there. Nope, it's got to be our boats, it's got to be our planes, and it's got to be our supplies, and if you're not part of the inside crowd, then get the F out of here. And everybody's seen this stuff now. You can't cover it up. And so then everybody was on the edge of their seats for the next one, and it's a Category 5, and it's popping up out of nowhere. All I can say is the Alliance apparently countered this event. I believe they let it run right up until it was looking really bad, and then it got dialed down. Now, yes, there was property loss. 16 people died. But what if it had been 16,000? What if it had been 160,000 or 16 million? You know, we were looking at a Category 5 bulldozing Florida. Your house isn't going to remain standing. Even if you're in the second floor, it makes no difference. You're done. You're just washing out to sea. Maybe some people are going to cling to rafts and cling to debris and stay far enough up on the ground that they can wave and somebody comes by and airlifts them out of there. But you're talking about mass casualty event. That's why I wrote the whole convergence story around the Category 5. We got 5,700 people watching right now. So this was their best shot, you know, and in the end of my movie Convergence, the earlier drafts, it was a mass prayer event that stopped the hurricane from happening. And that's exactly what seems to have occurred. People prayed and they wanted this not to happen, and it didn't happen. And it probably is a convergence of prayer power and the military alliance using their own version of this technology to create another scare event that looked really, really bad and brought everybody to the precipice. And then we walked back. And only 16 people, as of last I saw yesterday, had died. Maybe it's more now, but it's not 16 million. And so as a result of watching this happen, watching us walk right to the line and look like extinction level events were happening for our country and we're under so much threat, then I realized, you know, maybe the Alliance has more tricks up their sleeve than I thought, and maybe they're just going to let the whole thing run out right through November, And yep, you're going to actually go and vote, and you're actually going to do this stuff. And then it's like, oh man, do not embarrass us. Yeah, this is going to be very, very embarrassing. There's nothing they can do. It won't be as great as we want it to be. It's still a hard fight. And that's why, as I said, even if you have to crawl over broken glass to get to that booth, do it. That's how serious it is. Now that I see the war and that's the way it's taken place, you should vote like your life depends on it. And there should be nothing that stops you. Nothing that stops you, no matter what. You get out there and you get it done. Because as I just was saying here, I now believe the alliance is going to ensure that this happens because it creates a clear mandate, an absolute chain of title. Nope. This particular house, which happens to be a certain color white, it belongs to this particular group. They won. They got the title. There's no disputing the title. This is the law. Yeah, there's probably going to be people in society who are like, well, you know, our guys have got to do dirty tricks and our guys have got to make sure this doesn't happen because we just can't ever let him get back in there again. Oh my God, it's so horrible. You do whatever you have to do, but make sure. No. If you're still thinking like that, they've got you. That's what organized, large-scale evil wants you to do. It wants you to be okay. Are you okay with this? Okay, well, are you okay with this? Will you cross the line? Will you support violence? Will you support stupidity? Will you support dirty inside baseball? Will you support doing whatever the hell it takes, no matter how illegal it might be, to make sure that we don't lose? Yeah, that's what this is really about. That's the choice everybody's facing in their own lives. And so this idea that November is going to run through, I really got convinced by a post I saw on October the 11th because they refer to the critical final weeks. This is October 11th. Here it is from far away. And it says, 45 has requested military support in the critical final weeks. Oh, the critical final weeks. There's only 3 weeks left from October 11th, more or less, right? 2 weeks is 14 days. Then that would bring you up to October 25th. And then you got whatever it is, November 5th, or I forget the exact day. I forget if it's the 7th or the 4th or the 5th or whatever. Please, I'm sick. I mean, cut me some slack here. I'm just trying to stay alive and not soil myself, mate. You know, that's what I've been working on is survival. Including the use of military aircraft, expanded flight restrictions, and ballistic glass protection, meaning you can't get a clean shot on him, across 7 key battleground states. So there you go, critical final weeks in battleground states. That means they're going to use the military in every capacity to make sure that there is a normal November. This is the post that gave it all away, folks. These requests come after intelligence briefings revealed potential plots, sparking concerns over possible drone and even missile attacks. Military is the only way. Well, what an ironic twist on the phrase military is the only way, right? Think about it. Military is the only way. The military is the only way. Military is the only way that we could have a normal November. It takes elaborate intervention. It takes elaborate precautions to simply create a space in which you can go and vote in November. This is not going to happen organically. Every effort possible is being made to ensure that it wouldn't be able to happen because that's their wet dream. Oh, we got an emergency. Oh my gosh, it's so horrible. Oh, it's so horrible that we just can't give up the office because we're in this big crisis and things are way too screwed up to let that other guy, get back in. For hell with that. It's too scary. We're in an emergency situation now. We have to suspend all this stuff. We have to delay it indefinitely because we got to manage the crisis. That's how the game is played. That's what they want. And I'm sorry if it's so redundant that I keep talking about it, but I really want you to get this in your head. This is what's going on. The military is required It's the only way. They have to use military aircraft, flight restrictions, ballistic glass protection in all of the 7 swing states so that he's not assassinated, so that there's actually a normal November. Now they've revealed the game. They're not going to do anything before then. They're going to steer us right through. So let's just literally pray that the next 3 weeks don't involve a whole lot more crazy, outrageous stuff. But I think even if they succeed in some of it, it still won't be enough to stop this from happening. We're still going to get a normal November, no matter what. And now I see, okay, that's what they want. Because then they got the clear title to the house. You signed over the house. It's your house. 47, boom, that's you. It's your house now. That's not something we would have ever had if they had intervened beforehand, which was my dream in some ways. Like, wow, oh my gosh, it's never going to happen. November's never going to happen. They're going to have to intervene beforehand. Nah, then there's never a clear title, dude. You don't have the title. Now we're going to have the title. So that's shocking. 700,000 views. And then today, they really nailed it on the head because by this point, they know I'm going to do this show. They monitor my communications, the Alliance does. And so they've nailed it right on the head. And again, I'm sorry that I'm not healthy enough that I could have done all the slides. I'm 3 weeks behind on their slides now. I feel bad about that. I am losing my voice, so we got to wrap this up pretty quick. But we're already almost at, we're heading into 4 hours in the next 20 minutes. Sorry, I got to just cough a little bit. So today, they posted this on October 13th, that's what today is, that the military will be used to ensure that November happens normally and peacefully. They said it right on the head, so I'm right. This confirmed it. So here's the big slide, and then we're going to zoom in. In response to Joe's warning that something wouldn't be peaceful, 45 declared he would use the military against the enemy that is within. Whoa. Which he described as the greatest threat that we face, even greater than any foreign adversary, the enemy that is within. And, by the way, going on ahead from here, I'm going to quote him. He said, it should be very easily handled by the National Guard if any disruption occurs, or if necessary, by the military. And I kind of shortened it a little bit. It's not an exact quote, but that's the essence of the quote. It should be very easily handled. We got lots of donations coming in. I've been watching them go by. Thank you, guys. Jacob Allman, I heard he's going to go on Joe Rogan. Yes, that's true. That's getting ready to happen. Helene was unnatural. You better believe it was. It was very, very unnatural. Do not feel bad, David. God bless you. Will there be an emergency broadcast system? Yeah, there's definitely going to be something. And we'll talk about how it breaks down into there's 3 scenarios now that we're going to analyze as we go through this. But before we go through the 3 scenarios, I mean, look, the plan is going to happen. We'll talk about the 3 scenarios a little later, but I want to get through this stuff first. So anyway, he said in this quote that it should be very easily handled by the National Guard or, if necessary, by the military. And then again, we have 58 seconds. So what is the 58 seconds? Well, post number 58, specifically at the end of this top paragraph, talks about an Islamic infiltration. You can see right there, there is a brotherhood, and they are warning about that infiltration. So I believe that the reason why they used 58 seconds is to tell you that this whole threat of terrorism, this whole fear of terrorism, is actually part of what we got to worry about. And that, in fact, there is secret collusion going on with groups that we're supposedly in peace with. Or just the opposite, that there are groups that we're supposedly at war with, and they're supposedly our enemy, but then these negative elites are actually working with them and coordinating with them and saying, hey, you guys set this up and you do this. So the very fact that they used quote number 58 makes me wonder if we might see more of that type of targeted attack before this happened. But again, remember, what did he say? He said it should be very easily handled by the National Guard or, if necessary, by the military. So now this brings back the line, no war, no civil unrest, clean and swift, which we've seen many times before. The clean and swift, maybe there's 10 days of darkness, but again, now it's looking like we're going to have a normal November because that gives you this absolute chain of title. But then we get into this crazy thing, which is, okay, let's think about this now. These people are willing to do just about anything. They're willing to create atrocities. They're willing to sacrifice lives. They got elementals that are hanging out in the flames, hanging out in the water, hanging out in the wind, hanging out in the earth, and they're comfortable in there. And as you're dying in the earth, there's this earth elemental that's sucking your energy. This is real. Okay, this actually is what's going on, as crazy as it sounds. And these people have no limit. They're sore losers. They don't want to leave. They don't want to give up power. They want to create an emergency. Oh, well, we got an emergency government now. We can't do a transition in January. Are you kidding me? After what happened, the aliens invaded. After what happened, the tsunami occurred. After what happened, there's all these people rioting. The streets are on fire. We can't let there be any type of transition. We got to keep our emergency contingency government in place. That's why scenario 2 is that everything we've been waiting for, including the emergency broadcast system, happens between early November and before January, whatever that day is in January, where there's an inauguration. That's probably most likely where we're going to hit. Because once they lose, they're going to just throw a temper tantrum like you've never seen before. And if there's anything they can do, and if there's anything they can try, they're going to try it, and they're going to do it. So if the arrests, if that scenario that I've told you about so many times were to happen in the interim period, let's call it that, now there's a clean chain of title. Now there's an indisputable result from something that everybody did as a group. They all went and they cast their opinion, and they made their opinion heard in the way, the remedy that's available to them in the Constitution. You got a clean title. Now, if somebody doesn't want that title to be fulfilled, guess what? It's a lot easier to justify taking necessary precautions to keep the people safe. You got a clean title. Nobody can go back and say, well, if you had only let it happen, she would have won. No. That's gone. Nobody can ever fall back on that. That's why I realized, oh, dude, it's beautiful. If they can actually get a normal November, it's a beautiful, clean chain of title. Nobody can complain. And that's where I think this is going. And this is also the thrust of these new readings that I unsealed while I was on vacation in Canada, creating a dazzling 25-year time loop phenomenon that culminated the day before I got sick. And I really became debilitated for 2 solid weeks. I'm just now crawling back on camera, kind of have enough health to be able to pull this off. So this was a dazzling 25-year time loop. I posted it, as I said, on Sunday, which was Michaelmas. I didn't even know that. It's Archangel Michael's holiday. And then 45, thank you very much. And by the way, it looks like he's starting to get David-style sideburns. I noticed that. If we go back to this, let's just go back to that picture from a little bit earlier here. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm not seeing it the right way, but doesn't it look like he's kind of got the David sideburns? I'm starting to notice the hair is starting to creep down the sides of his face. In fact, let me zoom in on this. We'll create a new slide, and we'll zoom in even more. You tell me, am I crazy, or is he starting to get some lamb chops? Because it sure looks like that to me, and I totally support that. If he wants to rock that look, that is awesome. So here it is up close. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom. you can see it looks like it's going farther down the sides of his face. I mean, you know, it's fine hair, but yeah, you know what? He's rocking the burns, the sideburns. So thank you very much. If that's intentional, I don't know, but it's funny. And so now what we're going to do is I'm going to get you into the final part of this thing. So here we go. This really blew me away, you guys. I mean, all kidding aside, the sideburn thing, maybe that's not real. I don't know. It's funny, but he did absolutely post the prayer to St. Michael the Archangel on the same day that I put up these amazingly unsealed 25-year Michael readings. Skeptics, whatever, there's only one of them. We already know who he is. We are definitely going to sue the crap out of that guy. It's coming soon. He should be ready. He should have a lot of money saved up for this because he's going to need it. There's no other way to fight a lawsuit but with money. You can't do it with internet guile. You have to get an attorney, and it costs a ton of money. So anyway, we have our critic. We know who he is. But regardless of how much he wants to say I'm a con artist or a filthy human being or disgusting or whatever he wants to say, you can't change that this happened. So even if there's only one hater, it's like, okay, whatever. Look at this. Here it is. He shared the powerful prayer to this is from Ezra now. He shared the powerful prayer to St. Michael the Archangel, originally composed by Leo VIII in 1886 following a vision, i.e. angelic contact, angelic words channeled in from a higher power. This is a very real thing. Following a vision in which demonic forces threatened both the church and the world. And this is so awesome. This is something that Catholics routinely use. It's kind of a lurid prayer. It's got some real, angst in it. It's got violence. It's got fear. It's got some grit. It really is gritty. So here we do. Let's do it now. Saint Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. I mean, that is intense, dude. That is a wonderfully intense prayer about casting into hell evil spirits and Satan who are prowling about the world seeking to ruin souls. It's intense. And then his post also included this picture of Archangel Michael with his sword. And this all took place on Michael's holiday, which was the same day that I posted a 25-year time loop prophecy. So now finally, at almost 4 hours in, we got 3 hours and 48 minutes, so 12 minutes left at the 4-hour mark. Now I'm going to read you the whole thing, much more than I did on Twitter, and it is mind-blowing. And it's only one of a series, so I've unsealed these, and in future shows I'm going to be reading to you the unsealed prophecies. But there was some amazing stuff going on. I mean, I felt such a presence of divinity around me as I unsealed this. It was just dazzling. Then I got very hard slammed with COVID immediately after I unsealed this. So you got to understand, too, the context. Like, I unsealed it, I posted it on Michael's Day as I'm getting sick, and then I became so sick that I couldn't do anything else except reflect on how, the deep state is kind of like me. They just can't get things to happen the way they want to. They're too weak. They're exhausted. They can't get these things to work. They tried to do Milton on Florida at the last minute. It went down to a Category 2 and then a 1. They didn't get 16 million deaths like they might have been hoping for. And it looks like we're going to have a normal November. And now it makes sense. Like, oh yeah, after November's over, that's when they're really going to have to, push back. And we're probably not waiting until January for the pushback to occur, because these people will try anything to create that emergency so they can stay in charge. So now we're going to read this. It started with a dream. Nobody got to hear the dream because, again, on Twitter, I only did the actual prophecy. I got some donations coming in. We got Yunam Song. That's funny. David Wilcock, a.k.a. Divine Wheel Clock, the synchronicity code. That is funny because Wilcock, the name, actually does have wheel in it. W-I-L means wheel. And I think it means that we were fixing wheels back, my family. That was a high technology thing to do, to actually fix a wheel back in the day. Peggy Miller donated $20, celebrating your first super chat. Thank you very, very much. So yeah, I'm the mender of the sacred hoop. I'm fixing the wheel of karma for humanity. At least one of them. I mean, I'm not the only one, but this is a pretty important job. You have to admit, what I'm doing here is quite an interesting thing that's happening. Beverly Adams, let's make a plan to discuss my dad's 2014 deathbed prophecy and why you've continue to be a rock in my life. Symphony of synchronicity and prophetic stuff since a child. Yes, Beverly Adams' father's prophecy was quite amazing. We did that on the show with Nino, and I want to do it here at some point. So thank you, Beverly. We will follow up on that. All right. So getting back to what I'm talking about here. Oh, we had another donation come in. If you guys keep donating, I'm never going to be able to finish the show. First of all, Barbara Burns says, the elementals have free will too. Not only do they want to be as we want to be allowed, when energy overrules them, then we will not return power to them. I think I read that right. Aaron Thompson said, I noticed a sudden inundation of Tesla police vehicles, buses, taxis, home robots, etc. Likely you've seen similarities to the movie I, Robot. How long do you think it'll take to become mainstream? I don't know. The idea of having an Android in my house really creeps me out. I don't think I'm about to get one. I mean, it would be handy for a few things here and there, but the trade-off, considering the threat, no, I don't think so. Hope you feel better soon, David. Thank you for being here for us. You might look into NAD Plus or Myers Cocktail 4 therapy for speedy recovery if there's access near your location. I don't know those things, but thank you for that. First super chat. Russie 2001, greetings from Germany, and S. Jules, blessed are the peacekeepers. You guys are donating, and we're at 5,816 concurrent viewers right now, which is great. Somebody said, I think it is my gel, not Mikal, just saying. Okay. My gel. That's funny. So we got a lot to look at here, and I still haven't gotten through the last big finale of the show, and we only got 8 minutes until the 4-hour mark, so I guess we're going to go a little bit over 4 hours. So this whole time loop started with a dream that I had in 1999, February 23rd. I unsealed it for the first time. That literally means I had dictated this cassette tape, and for whatever reason, I never transcribed it. I've always been too busy. I didn't go back. I never paid attention to this stuff. I unsealed the Michael prophecies from 2022 through 23, but I knew I had some extra tapes that I never had finished transcribing. And I figured that when I unsealed them, which I just did, again, only 2 weeks ago is when I finished, I figured it would be very prophetic as everything else has been. And sure enough, it did not disappoint. So the context again is that we'd had briefings from the Alliance suggesting that this fake alien invasion might occur. So then I have a dream that's talking about me exposing the fake alien invasion from 1999. So here it is. The main point of action was us filming the movie E.T. I might have even been playing the role of Elliot. This gets into my parallel lifetime type of stuff, as we've talked about before. It seemed like it was real for a while before it became a movie. The alien or a series of aliens were in trouble. There might have only been one, I'm not sure. So, is this a benevolent extraterrestrial? I don't know. Is it an evil one? Maybe. The evil ones definitely are in trouble, and their planetary control scheme is definitely damaged. So I think that might be part of what we're seeing here. And I'm just talking about this. This is an extraterrestrial agenda of the negative. Anyway, it affected them. All these people started to hear a distress call and feel it. They were all grouping together to try to figure out a way to go get this extraterrestrial. This was very thematic. And there were several interesting young characters coming together. It seemed like there was an area they were being drawn near to, but nobody wanted to go near the area. Well, so this right here could be prophetic of the hurricane damage that literally started occurring the day after I posted this reading online. It was Hurricane Helene was just starting to do its magic, the negative black magic, right around this time. I feel so bad for these people. So people were hearing a distress call. The aliens were in trouble. They were trying to figure out a way to go get the extraterrestrial, and it turns out the extraterrestrial has to be exposed. That's what happens at the end of the dream. He's like in a jack-in-the-box kind of thing. I had to expose him. But nobody wanted to go near this. They didn't want to expose it because it's scary. And so this relates to how scary it is to expose the deep state. There was actually a whole segment of the dream that went into radiation and how you didn't want to get close to the radiation levels that had been found in this one area. Yet this is the exact area these kids needed to go to because that's where the extraterrestrial activity had been. So they went in there fearlessly despite the idea that there would be radiation. Well, radiation is referred to in the reading. And as I said, you could consider steering to be the result of types of radiation, types of microwave radiation. These are microwave towers that are being used to create directed energy into certain areas to cause, like the number 2, or a steering to occur. So sure enough, the reference to radiation in context appears to be prophetic, and there's many other things too, of the hurricane. And that we have to go in there to fearlessly expose what was really being done. And you have to be fearless to stand up against feds that don't want you feeding people. So it all checks out pretty nicely. At that point, all the government people who were working on the extraterrestrial site were wearing radiation suits. They seemed to be trying to shield themselves from harmful rays, and they were actually spraying things down. Well, this again sounds like the type of cover-up that they're trying to do. They want to cover everything up. They want to shield it down, lock it down. You can't go in there. It's very similar to what happened with Helene. There was a full bodysuit and a lot of uniforms. I felt like I was a spy. I didn't know what my role was yet, but I also had one of these hazardous material suits on, radiation suit. Well, this is very interesting in light of what happened. These young kids, myself and a few others, snuck into the radiation site. Other people and I made our way inside the building, but we had been spotted. People were wondering about whether we were free or not. And then Archangel Michael kicked in with the first sentence from his reading, and he said, "I have waited all of my life for this to happen." And that absolutely expresses how I feel about the arrests. So in context, that's perfect. This is the big moment that if you've been following this for all your life or part of your life, you've been waiting for this to happen. It's going to happen. It's happening now. November is coming, and it's a hard out. And there's going to be a clear title. There's very likely going to be a landslide. I would be amazed if it goes any other way. But please do whatever you can to vote. I've waited all my life for this to happen. One of the people with helmets on had my shirt my mother had given me for when I was going to perform live in front of other people. That's an important part of the story, reflecting how I have to get involved in this personally, which I'm doing now. Then as we went inside, the area became much more rural and blue collar. Well, that's exactly like the Appalachian area that was hit by this. It was a very rural area. And they're pissed. There were guys standing around talking and laughing. I knew the whole idea was to try to slip through these areas with very little effort and not be detected. I got to the final scene. It seemed like in this scene, the alien ET was waiting in a dumpster. I did something right before he was discovered. I couldn't remember what was going on exactly. I went in there and I said what I thought were my lines. Somebody was supposed to come by, open up the dumpster, and show people this alien that was inside, but nobody showed up. And remember, this was in a radiation area. So this appears to be prophetic of the exposure of the alien agenda, that there actually is an alien agenda coming out of all this, that they are steering weather, and they are controlling the elites and getting them to do what they want and trying to create mass loss of life, and trying to create atrocities, and ultimately try to nanochip us so that we're all part of this army of theirs that's controlled by the AI, where your body can shapeshift and you're made out of nanites, but your DNA imprint holds it together. And you might stay that way for tens of thousands of years as a prisoner. And you're made to do horrible things, and you can't stop yourself from doing it because this AI is controlling you as you do it. It's a horrific future. The transhumanist future is very dark, but we're not on that timeline. We're on a positive timeline. The negative had to be allowed to try. So then it says, the lady who was running the play didn't really have an answer for me. I went up to her and said, isn't this the part where the other person is supposed to come and the alien pops out of the dumpster? And she said, yes, we just don't know where he is. And I said, okay. So it's like this part of the dream is saying nobody else is going to do it. We have to do it. This is the disclosure of the people. It's coming up not through the media, but through the grassroots, through social media, through what you are posting online. How you are telling the story is determining what people are learning. And that's eerily forecasted in this dream. Then the whole dream shifted. It turned into a scene inside a prison involving a couple. This is obviously representative of the DS. And the couple hung their baby. And then I said it twice. There was a scene of them watching television, and then it zoomed in on this horrific atrocity. So that is obviously the unveiling of the alien in the dumpster, is the fact that, yes, people do really horrible stuff, and it's very upsetting. It's not things you want to learn about. I had some friends I was talking to when I was at this resort I was staying at, but once I brought up global Satanism, they missed our walk the next night. Just so happened they missed our walk. And I get it. You don't want to necessarily hear about that again, so I didn't bring it up again. I had to respect them. But that's the reading. And so remember, what do we have? We have an alien in a radiation zone. People are told not to go in. I have to sneak in. I have to expose the alien to the world. Then there's nobody else there to do it. It falls on my shoulders. I'm in my hazmat suit. I snuck my way in. I felt like a spy. I have to expose the alien agenda. Nobody else comes to help me. I have to do it on my own. And then after I expose the alien, we see this scene of people arrested, and they're hurting this small child. They killed it. And that seems to be very much in alignment with things we're worried about these days. So now, right after that scene that reveals the whole prophetic vision of the arrests, and they say, Michael said, I've been waiting all my life for this. Now Michael comes in with his reading, and this is where it gets very interesting, folks. So let's have a comment here. I see Starseed Essence donated. Happy Sunday Fun Day. Thank you, David. Glad you're feeling better. I appreciate that. I don't want to wait too much on this. So let's dive right into the reading, because this is just spectacular, folks. Wait till you see this. What we really want to see is a deep, abiding interest in getting these matters out to the public. So the stuff that I'm doing right now is what they want you to be doing as well. These angelic beings want you being the hero, fulfilling the Christ pattern, going out there and doing the hero's journey, spreading the truth. To that degree, we feel that you, David, is who they're talking to, have a very unique opportunity to make the best of this very advantageous situation. And I do feel that way. It's great that I'm able to help. All along, we have told you that the single most important thing in your development was to seize control of the glitches that occurred. Glitches that were very costly in terms of human life, suffering, earth changes, etc. And then I put a note in here, which is that I unsealed this exactly as Hurricane Helene was coming in. So here's what it says. Again, the single most important thing in your development is to stop glitches that are very costly in terms of human life, suffering, and earth changes. And I unsealed this on the day the hurricane was the glitch they were talking about. So they directly referenced the hurricane at the very beginning of the reading, and they say the most important thing is to seize control of the glitches. Now, this was before we knew that Milton was not going to be remaining a Category 5 as it bulldozed over Florida. In fact, it wasn't that bad. 16 people died, yes. A lot of property loss, yes. But nowhere near a Category 5 bulldozer. Nowhere near everybody drowning in a 13-foot storm surge. None of that kind of stuff. I mean, some of it, yes, but nowhere near as much as we thought. So right away, it's like, okay, boom, time loop check. We're right in the time loop. They're talking about gaining control over the glitches. Was that partly the result of the Alliance having their own steering technology, very likely, but it's public awareness. They can't keep doing this stuff as people learn that the ability to steer is possible, and I have a role in this by exposing it. So time loop is already freaking incredible right off the bat. Now we know that the changes are nearly inevitable, and that gives us great pause, meaning some of these things have to happen. They're inevitable. Helene had to happen. People had to suffer so that the awakening could occur. That's very sad. But the second one didn't. In the immediate future environment of your planet, and I believe they're talking to us now, whew, that's not good. The further acceleration of said changes becomes more and more immediately apparent, the concerns stemming from radiation and the like. And again, these technologies use radiation for the purpose of steering. Plus, we actually do have everybody, various groups, various special interests, trying to create that war, trying to create that actual nuclear event. So this part of the prophetic reading is telling us, yep, before November, we're probably going to see concerns about radiation. It could refer to more storms, as well as it could refer to war fears. So this all feels very, very apropos. In the immediate future environment they're talking about, concerns stemming from radiation and a further acceleration. Again, he says, to restate, the conditions from matters such as nuclear radiation spills or accidents resulting from mega Earth changes, like Milton, like Helene, that's what it is. I should have made that yellow, but I've been sick. I did this all this morning. Are just one of many problems that we must contend with and spread the awareness of. In the middle of all this is the core of spiritual truth deemed so important for your people to know and understand. There you go. What really matters is the spiritual truth. That same truth is attempting to be manifest through the presence of ongoing celestial visitations that form UFO sightings and abductions. Wow. These events are not merely occurring in the physical, but are accurate representations of the dream plane's physical response to situations now playing themselves out. And yes, a demon is sort of like a being from the dream plane that can temporarily manifest in a way as an elemental in our reality. So they're saying that this whole disclosure process is very much going to be tied in with the exposure of both physical extraterrestrials and thought-form, dreamlike extraterrestrial beings as well. Very interesting. Were we to sit here and think or pretend that nothing was going to happen, that everything would be fine, we were failing to see how much difficulty, how much polarity, how much struggle existed. Therefore, we urge you that your immediate future time frame be filled with those actions geared towards the immediate online publication of the prophecies surrounding California and the like. So this is a message to me telling me we want you to publish this reading as soon as possible, which is why I'm doing it now before our show is over. We're probably going to go 4.5 hours. Maybe not quite that long. We'll see if I can get through it. But wait a minute. Prophecies surrounding California. Is that talking about California sinking into the ocean? No. It's actually talking about the exposure of showbiz through this arrest of the rapper we were talking about, and the fact that it's now indicted the entire California team, because that's where they're based. So this, again, fits in prophetically. They're a little bit squirrely with the wording. They can't come right out and tell you. But prophecies surrounding California clearly is talking about, in a way, yes, metaphorically speaking, in a dreamlike sense, California is sinking or has sank. Their credibility is gone because of this lawsuit, because of what we now know, because of what's been coming out. There's 120 people named in the lawsuit. A certain percentage of them are minors. Whoa. And then what are they going to say? And what are we going to learn? And how, and they keep telling us it goes all the way up to the top. So everybody's heard this. This is on the news. And this is the sinking of California, the metaphorical sinking of California, not literally. There's not going to be a literal landmass sinking, but that's this is the fulfillment of that prophecy. That's what I believe is going on. So again, we can't sit and think that everything's going to be fine, nothing's going to happen. You have to really look behind the scenes and see how much difficulty, polarity, and struggle is going on. So they're urging me to go out there and warn you that there's going to be more stuff happening that could be very intense before November starts. And it could involve prophecies of California. So people might better understand these changes through another visionary transformational lens. And then, as I said here, in the present, it appears the prophecies of California appear to be related to these arrests and the mass exposure of evil behavior that we're now seeing. I was already thinking before I read this that I needed to immediately publish the new readings online, and this definitely confirms the idea. The time we have to work with in your terms is now very short, and there should be an in there. I got to write that in later. We have several moons to get this done. That would indicate months, but several is not that many. Several could be like 7. 7 months, yeah, that brings us right into 2025, which is when the Michael prophecies have redundantly said the first wave of ascension is going to occur, the warning of the Virgin Mary of Garabandal. It's totally amazing. Ed Creeder donated $123. Thank you very much. It shows up blood red when he does that. And he says, after T-Man wins, they will probably tip over the dumpster, crash the market, put chaos in the streets. Absolutely. Put out good prayers, everyone. Love you, Brother David. Thank you, Ed, very much for your donation. And I absolutely agree with you. This is why the second interval between November and January, I think, is when we're going to see the action. I cannot imagine that they're not going to do everything possible. Like you just said, Ed, crash the economy. Why do it now? Let's wait until there's, something that we need to create an emergency for. Because now we got to recover power and we can't let there be a transition. No. This is too much of an emergency, right? That's what they want. So here's Michael saying we only have several moons to get this done in a very finite amount of time. That's 2025. And they hit it on the nose in just a minute. Therefore, do not be so concerned with the mission itself, as this will take form and shape in its own due course. And I don't really know what I'm going to be doing yet, so this is very accurate. For now, simply continue doing readings such as this, doing what you've already been doing, and we will be able to follow in due course. And again, the Alliance saw this whole thing in my computer, and I published this reading on the day of Michaelmas, on the day 45, published St. Michael's Prayer. Imagine that. So then they say, there, I did one off camera. All we have ever wanted is for you to fully activate your acute abilities, which have been latent, lying dormant throughout the greater part of your life. They're talking about the ascension now. Acute ascension abilities. And what was so funny about this was that I machine transcribed this work, and Sandy Pants just donated $50. Love from Australia, mate. Happy you're back. Thank you very much, Sandy. Sandy Pants, mate. So when I actually transcribed this, I used Adobe Premiere Pro, and they now have a text out of audio function where you can get your own transcript from an audio file. You just take an audio file, put a picture on it, make it into a video timeline in Adobe Premiere, and then click on this little box up there down to where it says, I forget what the hell it is, captions and editing or something like that. And then when you go into the captions window, it automatically reads everything and creates a text file. And then you can export it as a text file. So that's what I did. I had Adobe use AI to transcribe this. It did a fairly good job, but the machine transcript made mistakes. And what was so funny was that the machine transcript did not say acute abilities, it said Q abilities. So when I first read this, it actually said, all we have ever wanted is for you to fully activate your Q abilities, which have been lying dormant throughout the greater part of your life. Oh, wow. Isn't that interesting? What a convenient mistake for the machine transcript. I don't think it was. I think they said acute on purpose because they knew I would do a machine transcript. They can see into the present. They knew I would have that technology. They knew about the hurricane. They knew I would be exposing the alien agenda. And so they said it activate your Q abilities. Whoa, isn't that weird? I loved it. History once said that like the Romans did, so had America done. Uh-oh, that sounds like a collapse, right? Because the Roman Empire collapsed. That's not a very fun prophecy, but it gets better. Just hang in there. We contend that the unstable nature of the personality influxes in your country make it much more difficult to get these messages across. In other words, there's great evil here like there was in Rome. And so they can't really get us these messages easily. Therefore, we needed to have a psychic contact with credibility, accuracy, and reliability. To that end, we feel this contact with David is quite satisfactory. It is continuing to become even more so each day, each hour, each minute, even each second, because this is the first time that we really have had experience in these workings. Well, I guess where they had a contact, somebody was using remote viewing and it could be this clean. Well, sure enough, they're time looped again into 2024 from 1999, 25-year time loop. It's freaking amazing, and it's very accurate. So thank you guys. Thank you, Archangel Michael, for that compliment. And the Alliance seems to agree with them over and over again every week. I mean, the prattlings of some guy attacking me doesn't change how much these endorsements have occurred. Self-employment is the way of the future, David. And you will be, I cut some things here that were talking about me becoming self-employed because it was kind of personal. And they were speaking to me at the time in 1999. I've been self-employed for a long time now, 25 years, 26 years. You will be at the helm of the ship, helping to steer the course, to guide and direct it to new heights. Well, that's the Stavati prophecy, because we're building ships and we're directing them to new heights, because you won't be able to go in outer space until you have a spaceship. That's a new height, and my company's building spaceships. So once again, there's that Stavati prophecy, and again, Chris is leaving right now to go on a trip where he should come back with over $250 million is what we're expecting, if it all adds up right. And then we got another order that's even bigger than that coming in. So things are really hot. It's going to happen. It's very close now. So here they are talking about me steering the ship, and they knew I was going to be in Stavati. It's all over the place in the Michael prophecies. They talk about Stavati everywhere. Okay? Cabbage was a good idea. This seems a non sequitur. What? Cabbage? What are you talking about? So would asparagus, beets, and watercress. Juniper berries in a tea form, as well as mugwort. Well, these are the kind of things that you would want to be taking if you're sick. And they already knew I was about to get sick because of the 25-year time loop. They knew I was about to be deathly ill with COVID. Well, sure enough, this was another weird one, because as I was actually unsealing this, I was having dinner. And as I unsealed these words during dinner, I had just finished my salad. One of the first times I'd ordered one with dinner, as usually I was getting soup, appetizer, and main course. I'm actually eating my appetizer right now, which is duck breast with sliced beets and baby watercress greens. Fascinating. They actually mentioned the food that I was eating as I was unsealing the reading. Veronique Muermont says, "Hi, David. My cat Leo has been missing since a week. Can we take him in the prayer with us that he will get home safely, please?" Yes, we're doing that right now. We're praying for the safe return of your cat. And we will please ask God to let your cat come back. Thanks, everyone. I hope you feel better soon. And then Deep Stank Pickle says, "I'd do a horse paste suppository if I had those symptoms, feel better." Yes, I did use magic paste, and I just have a little tiny bit of it left. I'm just about over it. I feel pretty good right now. I'm at the end of this whole thing. I think tomorrow I'll feel a lot better. So thank you again, Deep Stank Pickle. That's quite a name. Celebrating your first Super Chat, 1111. Thank you very much. I can't wait till I can buy my own spaceship. Yes, we have had people ask us about investing in Stavati, but we haven't had time to get out anything to them yet. Chris has been working on the PPMs. He keeps saying he's going to get it done. So if you're pissed off right now because you want to get involved and you haven't gotten anything, don't worry. Everybody's in the same boat. It frustrates me because we could use that smaller money, but we don't have it yet, and he's got to get that out. But I think he will. He's just got a lot going on getting ready for this trip, and we've got big, big stuff coming in. I have every confidence that he's going to come back with money on this trip. So we're not going to have board meetings for 2 weeks. He's going to be on the road. He's stopping off in several places, and we're going to resolve this once and for all so I'm not freaking broke anymore and I can pay my debts, and that will be so awesome. So again, it was so weird. You have to understand, cabbage was a good idea. So would be asparagus, beets, and watercress. Asparagus was the most common vegetable, one of the most common vegetables I was having with the meals I was ordering. They had an appetizer that was a sliced duck breast with beets and watercress, and I could not believe it. I mean, it was such a trip to be like eating this food, and then I'm unsealing the time loop, and there it is, referencing the food I'm eating in the time loop. It was freaking amazing. I tripped out so much at this point. And not knowing either the juniper and mugwort was telling me you're going to get sick, you're going to need these remedies. The reason for these vitamins is essential. We want to continue to embrace love and feel compassion for other selves. This necessitates the complete purging and cleansing of the body. We have already come quite a way on this. Well, sure enough, when you get sick, your body's completely purged. You use all these immune system boosters. I was taking things like, cleansing stuff. So I've cleansed my whole body, heavy metal detox, all that kind of stuff. They knew I was going to get sick, and the complete purging and cleansing was part of what this illness was about, to help me feel more love and compassion. Well, thanks a lot. There is a need and a desire to go even further than that through the simple process of increasing dietary consumption of fruits and vegetables, creating a top priority. And I wasn't eating vegetables up until this point on vacation. They were giving me salads for lunch, and I'm like, I don't need a salad. Whatever. I don't really need a salad. They actually talked about that. We find this most applicable to your present situation, where in the recent purchase of vegetables, dried nuts, fruits, and spirulina was considered a formidable, valiant act, preserving greater health. That's yet another inside usage of the word valiant, not knowing at the time that Valiant Thor was the human ET who contacted the Pentagon to make the plan. But they did. So they baked in the word valiant. Very interesting. I did just eat dried nuts during the lunch hour, which I purchased by asking for them from the hotel. Very fascinating. In my present situation, I haven't been eating enough vegetables in general. Entrees hardly have any of them, so this is definitely another great time loop. Yes, it was. You are learning to overcome the fear that says that an all-vegetable dinner or an all-vegetable lunch isn't enough. And then I write, this is another hilarious time loop. The only lunch they have here is indeed vegetarian, with nothing more than salad, cheese, and soup, and I've mostly been skipping it because of that. So they're telling me that I should have been eating the all-vegetable lunch, which is all I had. So it's another just wild time loop. Like, they knew I was at this place where there would be an all-vegetable lunch. They knew I was going to be eating beets. It's freaking crazy, you guys. We would just add that, as you can tell with the feelings in your stomach now, and I was just starting to get sick, it would be better to make a vegetable dinner, steamed or otherwise slightly cooked, such as in patapar paper, which they talk about in the Casey readings. It's just a way of, you boil the vegetables inside this paper, and supposedly it keeps more of the nutrients in. It's sort of like a wax paper, but not really wax, in order that digestion coefficients are increased and the nutrients may be absorbed more quickly. So he already knew I was going to get sick. He already knew I was going to need to eat steamed vegetables and try to reserve as much vitamins as possible. Because yes, right after I unsealed this is when I went way down into this COVID's crap. The shadow percentage still approaches 54% in many of your people. Wasn't that interesting? Exactly as I unsealed this, the fire alarm started going off for the first time in the restaurant. It was only a false alarm, but I was preparing to evacuate. This 54% darkness is what we need to fix. As the negative is exposed, as these mass atrocities occur, big hurricanes, people feeling badly, they lose some of their arrogance, some of their negativity, some of their political desire to be infighting. They realize we're all in this together. We're all part of one human family. We all need to take care of each other and protect each other from apex predators. And so that's why these negative events like the hurricanes still occur, is they need to get it from 54% down to 50%. And believe me, when the arrests occur and people learn what's really going on, that's the final kicker that kicks us to 50%, which actually changes the physics and allows the first wave of ascension to occur. So we're at 54% right now. I believe this is based on their time loop.
They're talking about the present. Humanity is 54% negative, and all these events that are occurring and why they want you to help them is to try to get people to 50-50, because once the mass consciousness of humanity is 50% positive, that's when we get the first wave of ascension. That's exactly what they say in the Law of One. It's exactly what they're saying right here. It's very interesting. So it says the shadow percentage still approaches 54%. That is about how much of a margin we need to work with. 4%, not very much. Again, it's easier for most people to qualify for the ascension than they would realize. You just need to be a little bit more nice. Is it really that hard? If they were to only make a 4% change in their attitude in the direction of helping other people, then massive progress would be affected by the planet as a whole. And yes, the hurricane gets us to think that way. That's what it does, and other things like it. Do not ever fail to stress the importance of everyone on your planet seeking to engage their own personal growth process, regardless of what their opinions are, whether others are doing the same. That's so important. It's not about politics, it's about being safe on planet Earth. It is important that we take the time to enjoy the material that comes through us. There is no other way to be whole and complete, to reunify with your pure total self. Now look at this. They talk directly about the arrests that are about to happen, folks. Time loop, mind blown. Whoa. We're almost at the 4.5 hour mark. We're going to have to go a little bit over to get this all in. Everyone should understand that the military, Army, and Navy have a job to perform. And that's exactly what we've been talking about, the plan. Therefore, they believe their job to be right. As wars continue to take place in your future, don't hold the anger against them specifically as a unit. Because yes, probably in the time period between November and January, people are going to want to get mad at them because they might see them in the streets. They might see open moves having to be made to stop the usual suspects from doing what they want to do to create an emergency so there's no transfer of power. So this is literally a prophecy in the time loop of the mass arrest scenario. It is frickin' incredible. And I'm so honored that, well, yeah, you know, a 25-year time loop, typing this for the first time since I spoke it 25 years ago, how frickin' amazing is this? It's stunning. Absolutely amazing. But it goes on. They are merely performing their jobs of defending the country, and they need not be judged as a result. And I'm sure a lot of lefties are going to want to judge them for this. This is clearly a prophecy of massive military activity we're expecting in the near future as arrests go public and the final stage of the plan is revealed. This is a very amazing time loop. And I was unsealing it at dinner. You are correct in ascertaining that we need to go ahead and uncover these new ideas and new forms of thought before it is too late. By too late, whoa, check this out. This is 2025 all the way. We refer to the discrete passage of a set amount of 1 year of time, which would be 2025 from 2024 when I'm unsealing this. Never seen it before the changes have become very deeply involved. So it will be too late if they don't get it done by 2025. That's amazing, because that's what the whole rest of the microprophecy says. In all 7 books, it's in there. A precise, astounding prediction, as I just said, of the 2025 window. Let's just grab that for just a second. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Okay, hold on, everybody. Let me cut back to this. I'll cut back to here. We don't want to lose anything. So let's start from there. Okay, now we're going to go back to it. They're merely performing their jobs defending the country and need not be judged. And again, this is clearly a massive prophecy of the time loop that is coming in. Then we need to uncover these new ideas before it is too late, referring to the passage of 1 year of time before the changes become deeply involved. And this is another precise, astounding prediction of the coming 2025 ascension window. They're not saying 2 years. Whoops. They're not saying 2 years. They're not saying 5 years. They're not saying 3 years. They're saying 1 year. The discrete passage of 1 year of time, the set amount of time. And they already said they only have several months. So this is an astounding 2025 prophecy once again. Totally blows my mind. Hang in there. We're going to go a little over 4.5 hours, but we're almost done.
It is not your place to single-handedly shoulder the entire burden, David, of providing our warning. They have other sources. Therefore, be joyful in your actions, knowing you are part of a massive team effort, which is the end result of the collaborative efforts and cooperative efforts of many billions of those all working together. This is talking about the Alliance and the angelic ETs. I'm just helping you to understand something that's much bigger than me. I'm not doing this. I'm just a messenger for something that's very big, worldwide effort to save the planet. It's really, really interesting. Massive team effort of millions working together, billions. Every time there is a new disorder like these hurricanes, there will be people striving to figure out. Remember, they already referred to radiation. They already referred to earth changes, natural disasters, and loss of life. So that's what they mean when they say disorder. Every time there is a new disorder, there will be people striving to figure out what the disorder was and how it got there in the first place. The increasing conclusion, and you'll see why I highlighted that in a minute, is becoming simple. These problems are being caused by selfish, self-serving, hurtful, and unloving behaviors. These are not random hurricanes. These are being done by evil people for evil reasons. And then here's the kicker, right? I started this part transcribing on the 25th. The machine transcript had conclusion as inclusion. And this is another direct prophetic reference to our current political obsession with diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the increasing inclusion is becoming simple, is how that originally transcribed. Selfish, self-serving, unloving behaviors. So once again, a weird machine transcript synchronicity that layers in more meaning to the whole point of this. It was totally amazing. All right, we're almost done. As the actions of many of the other selves upon your plane, i.e. the DS, are now becoming very visible. Everybody's seeing these hurricanes. Everybody figures it out. There is then, we hope, the opportunity for the viewers to internalize the lessons and then make manifest the conditions necessary to bring about that light upgrade within the mind-body-spirit complex, i.e. ascension. Given the nature of the duties involved, we may see that the entire process starts and finishes only within the mind, body, and soul of each individual. This is a personal ascension. You have to go through it. You have to become more loving, drop down below 54% if that's where you're at. Look at this. This is really stunning. We had just been talking the week before I unsealed this about, is there going to be a fake alien invasion and will Michael's people show up to stop it? And he says no. We have to do the arrest first before they're going to give us the second coming. It has to happen first. Look at this. There is no real grandiose vision or massive UFO landing of the type so many have discussed getting prepared to happen. The realizations will and must come on the individual level first, as they just said. It is only after some of the major changes themselves have been navigated, and they said support the military, don't get mad at them for doing their job. That's what they mean by changes. Only after some of these changes have been navigated, that then the more extreme forms of mass visitations might then be possible. So Michael essentially laid boundaries on the Alliance and said, we're not showing up until you finish your job. And then the same day, 45 says, St. Michael the Archangel, please defend us in battle. So yes, the Alliance is going to have to do a leap of faith. They're going to have to do the arrests before they get the divine intervention. The divine intervention is clearly being stated. It will happen. There will be a mass UFO contact, but only after the Alliance does the job, which could easily be sometime between November and January, based on our most likely scenario. That would be very likely. If they wait till after inauguration, maybe it'll happen then, but I just doubt that it's going to take that long. Okay, so this is very exciting, folks, because there is going to be a grandiose vision and a massive UFO landing after some of the changes have been navigated with the military. That's what they're telling us. It's a prophecy that they are going to show up, and I believe them. It's really weird and trippy to be put in the middle of all this. You can hate me if you want to, but I'm just going to keep doing my job anyway because they want me to talk to you about this, obviously. Until then, we simply have to be content with our process as it now stands, and this is consistent with other Michael messages. We need to see the plan complete itself arrests and trials visibly occurring before we get this galactic family reunion and or second coming of Christ. They laid it right out for us. As already stated, we stand on the boundaries, the fundamental peripheries of human knowledge, distilling our very core essence to usable wisdom, which then trickles down through the roots of the tree of mind to take hold at the very base or trunk of that great tree. This is another time loop because as I'm hiking the lake that I'm staying at, I'm seeing streams of water trickling through the roots of large trees. So that again just shows you all the time loops. They're using a metaphor. Every night I would walk past tree roots with streams flowing into the lake, because why would you want to go somewhere if you don't have to be in front of a lake? Well, now I'm probably never going to go on vacation again unless they have healthy food. And I know that I'm going to be safe because my health has been rocked. So I think that's the end of the vacation stuff. It pretty much cured me of the habit. And so they kind of knew that, And then all this stuff is very time looped. Then it says to strengthen its foundations by creating the firmness, solidity, strength, and purpose necessary to have this process go on unabridged. Therefore, when we take the time to investigate these matters, we see it as very easily the single best thing for you, David, or anyone else to be doing to prepare those others around you for the transition that is upon us. If you're not seeing that this is leading to ascension, if you're not seeing that the galactic family reunion is coming, if you're not seeing that the human ETs in the old scriptures are going to return, and that you are going to be judged and weighed based on how loving you've been, how kind you've been, are you a jerk? If you're a jerk, then this is not going to work out. You really, the most important message they can give is now is the point to get yourself below 54%. If you're attacking other people, if you're criticizing them, you're not making the right choice. This is about acceptance. This is about forgiveness. This is about integration. You're not doing that if you're out there trying to say this person is evil and that person is evil and he's disgusting. No. You're way off. You're way off. And don't you think maybe this might be true? Wouldn't it be a good idea to maybe try to be nicer in the short time that you still have? Catching the 25,000-year train only hums once every 25,000 years. Nicole says, bless you for all you do. I hope you're feeling better. I'm glad I watched you live today. Well, thank you, Nicole. And she's celebrating her first donation. So that's awesome. So again, they're saying that nothing else matters as much to them as talking about this ascension, which hardly anybody even does. So it's left up to me to talk about this. We are glad to see you overcoming your fear of speaking your thoughts on matters such as these, which I've now overcome. I'm doing these videos, as it will become very crucial that you continue to do so. And then I ask a question. A few times in the past, there are indications of the notion that I might experience the activation of higher chakras and begin to have uniquely Christ-like light body abilities on the physical plane. Please tell me if this is accurate, if this has anything to do with the prophecies you're giving me, and if so, what is the future time frame we are working in? And then they say the harvest will see many of these situations. So they're saying, yes, many people are going to get light body activation, and harvest is the term they use out of the book of Matthew, which refers to the idea that the weeds will be plucked from the wheat one by one. It's a very specific biblical metaphor. So the arrests are the harvest, the plucking of the negative from out of our world one by one, a slow, gradual process. Then once it's done to a great enough degree, that's when we get this energetic first wave of ascension. And depending on how nice you've been to people, and depending on how friendly you are, really, and how much you would have embodied the principles of Christ, brotherly love, forgiveness, compassion, patience, that's going to determine how activated and how successful you are in this new light body activation. So they're telling me it is my destiny to go with people who are ascending, to go beyond. You will quite naturally assume an individual stance approaching perfection once the transition is made. So this is light body activation. When we go through this thing next year, it's light body activation for those people who are ready to go beyond and ready to approach perfection. It has to do with your spiritual work now. Then with that greater resolve, the decision can then be formed to reappear on the earth planes in a luminous form. Wow, that's very exciting. This is done so as to produce an aura of mystery and searching on behalf of others on the planet. So not everybody is going to have this happen. This is important. The first wave, some people will get light body, most people probably will not. Whether you're going to get light body activation or not really does come down to how much have you embraced the message of Jesus Christ. Oh, Satanists are going to be so upset. Oh my God, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. No, it really is that simple. You have to be nice. You have to be a good person. You have to have patience. You have to have forgiveness. You have to have brotherly love, long-suffering, all this stuff that these evil people, they just hate it. They say, I'm going to do what I want. Might makes right. I'm going to force you to think the way. No. Force, manipulation, control, laughing at people, mocking people. I mean, I'm not perfect. I occasionally make fun of them. But for the most part, I'm working the process, trying to be as loving as possible. I'll occasionally take a hit here or there to make a joke, but it's supposed to be funny. It's done in jest. You only have to be 50% positive. You can be 50% negative. That's all they're trying to get us to. That's what's going to trigger this mass ascension. It's triggered by the moment that we get to 50-50. And when that happens, that's when we're going to get this mass visitation. And then once we get the mass visitation, some people who have really been working hard for humanity and have been laughed at and ridiculed by the usual suspects, they're going to have an ascension. And then it won't be anything you can laugh at anymore. It's a scientific fact. Look, these people have changed. They've got abilities. It's freaking amazing. So this is what they're saying, folks. Oh, let's go back to that. And let me fix that slide. So I'm going to actually cut out of this real quick, because I had something go on here. Yeah, here's where I need to fix it. So, okay, we're done. Now let's redo the slide. Okay, back to the slide, because we need this to look good. It says, then, with that greater resolve, the decision can be made to form on the earth in a luminous light body. And we have Renato Marquez says, you look great today, David. I'm glad I was able to join you live from Western Australia. Your audience is really beautiful and the work you do is precious. We love you. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So you're going to reappear on earth in a luminous form so as to produce an aura of mystery and searching on behalf of other selves on the planet. Now, this is the key for you in the audience. It would be of great comfort for many of the hardworking light bringers in your own local area. And remember, they did all this time loop and they told me what I was eating for dinner, beets and watercress, and they're talking about the roots and they're talking about the radiation steering and all that kind of stuff. Do we disappear? No, you're going to have a body here, but you're going to be glowing. That's what they're saying. It would be of great comfort for many of the hardworking light bringers in your own local area to realize that as long as they continue to help others, they will easily pass the criteria necessary for full conscious participation in the ascension. It is people such as these who will then have the option, I would take the option, won't you, for luminous incarnation to the physical planes thereafter. Wow. Therefore, be not afraid. Do not concern yourself with those parts of the puzzle that lie in the near and yet rather distant future. It is distant in a sense for the very fact that much needs to be accomplished before we reach that point. But this luminous manifestation will have a great deal to do with the fulfilling of the prophecy that has been given. So in that sense, you are correct. I mean, this is so exciting, you guys. You could look at it as if it's all fake. Oh, David, he's in all this bubble of da-da-da-da, whatever. But look, this is real. This is a spiritual contact using time travel and prophecy to tell us that we are going to experience this. For me, it's incredibly exciting. Nothing could be more exciting than this. Don't underestimate the power of your material, David, to gain publicity. And it's certainly way beyond where it was in '99. In the meantime, though, you are very, very accurate to focus all your energies and abilities on the ascension, as this is a message that is so sorely needed right now that we cannot begin to stress it enough. All of these events are leading to ascension. At this time, conditions within your body make it necessary for us to depart. And that is true on more than one level. Again, you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And this departure message comes in exactly as I'm finishing my dinner and actually departing the dinner table, another time loop. I have to walk the dogs with my friends, and it's now 7:01 p.m. I'm 1 minute late, and I'm leaving now. Okay, so how will the final stages take place? This is the last question we have to ask ourselves. Scenario number 1 is that they might do mass arrests before November. And I think scenario number 1 can basically be ruled out, because why in the world would you waste the chance to have the clear title to the White House? You wouldn't. So scenario 1, no, I don't think that's the way it's going down. Yes, maybe if something happened that was really, really bad, they might need to do it that way, but it's strongly undesirable compared to get your ass out there and vote, and let's see what happens. And I think I have a pretty good idea what's going to happen. It's going to be biblical. It's going to be something nobody can question the results of anymore. So then scenario number 2, yeah, like I said, 1 we can probably rule out. Scenario number 2 would be after Election Day, before inauguration. And that seems most likely when it will happen, because they're going to try very, very hard to create chaos while they're still holding office. They're going to want, everything from, as somebody said, economic collapse. They're going to want to have rioting. They're going to want to have, terror. They're going to want to have more biblical disasters, huge mega hurricanes if they could get them to work. Anything and everything possible, including also, don't forget, we may still see that fake alien invasion. We've been warned about it. Maybe they decide they're going to be better off doing it after they lose. And then they got to have a big distraction. So, no, we got to keep her in there. We got to have an emergency government to ride out this alien invasion. They've blown up all these places. We got to stop them. That could be what it is. Creating some type of weird emergency to preclude any transfer of power. But again, remember, even if the deep state fights back with their own, even if the alliance, rather, fights back with their own ships, no mass landing until the whole game has been exposed. So the alliance has to step up. They have to actually tell us the truth. They have to do the exposure. That's what Michael used a 25-year time loop to tell me. It's freaking amazing. So this is a direct message to the alliance. We're not going to show up until you guys finish the job. We're not going to give you the second coming of Christ. You're not going to get mass visitations and mass visions until this awakening process happens, because in the process of the arrests, humanity's level of negativity will drop from 54% to the solid 50-50, which is what triggers the physics change, which is what leads to the solar flash that causes the first wave of ascension. It's triggered by us reaching 50%, having a level of positivity that the sun can breathe and actually lets this thing happen. It's fascinating. I'm so excited to have gotten to this point in this whole process now. So then we have scenario number 3, which would be that, everything stays pretty cool up through Inauguration Day. And then after he's sworn back in, there's new hearings, the public learns the truth, and there is a mass awakening. And then again, like the harvest metaphor in the book of Matthew, they're plucked out one by one. Is that how it's going to go down? Maybe. Maybe we don't see any arrests until after then. Maybe it happens totally above board that way. But remember, they said that the critical period is the next 2 or 3 weeks. And I just think that scenario number 3, I think is just simply less likely. I would expect that they can move forward, and they're going to need to move forward after they've got the title in early November. The alliance is going to need to stop things from happening, because they're going to go all out. Anything they've got, they're going to try to play those cards. So could it be that it only happens as a result of hearings and natural stuff that unfolds after Inauguration Day? Maybe. I'm willing to say maybe. It would be kind of amazing if it lasts that long. It would be a great testament to the strength of the alliance if they could hold it together that long, if they didn't have to do anything beforehand. Maybe on some level they look at that as the optimum. Maybe they think that's the best way to handle it. I don't know.
because then there's nothing force majeure. There's nothing weird at all. It all happens in a very organic fashion. But those are the three phases that I think it's going to be one of those three. It has to be. I'm going with scenario number 2 is probably more likely, but we may actually just see an inauguration, and then sure enough, he's back in office, and boom, all this stuff starts to happen. It's possible that it could go that way. I don't know anymore. So either way, the 2025 prophecy now seems incredibly accurate. I have a cassette tape that's a new cassette that I'd never transcribed before. It talks about the arrest. It talks about the exposure of an evil alien agenda. It talks about 2025. It says there's only several moons left to go. It says events will take place within 1 year, and they gave us this in 2024, so they're talking about 2025. They're talking about mass light body activation. They're talking about don't get mad at the military, let them do their job, because a lot of people are going to want to get mad. It is freaking amazing. This is probably the most important show I've ever done, honestly. So let's now go right into our global peace meditation so we don't have to stay here more than 5 hours, because we're already only got 9 minutes left. So this is going to be really quick, and please stick with us just for no other reason than you can handle being awake for 3 more minutes, and this will help the whole planet be less likely to blow up. All right, so let's just try to have a positive attitude about this. Here we go. I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor now. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath. And breathe in the living power of the galactic Logos Christ mind. You are created by consciousness. Your existence is the result of divinity. You are a person with a purpose, and your purpose may very well be to tighten up your life now, to learn how to be more loving, to try a little bit harder, to be kind, considerate, compassionate, forgiving, patient, and wise. And in so doing, you may actually authorize your own light body activation in the times that are immediately coming up within a year. Imagine what it would be like to finally see the full vista of your spiritual consciousness, to be able to return to this world in a luminous, Christ-like body, to have superpowers. You will be able to heal people who have anything wrong with them imaginable. If they're missing their ears, you can grow their ears back. If they're missing an arm, you can grow their arm back. Any part of the body that is damaged, any type of sickness, any type of ill health, if you come back, the luminous body, the readings have promised us, you will be able to perform these miracle Jesus-style healings. You'll be able to levitate. You'll be able to move objects with your mind. You'll be able to know things from people telepathically, make them cry, see into the future. All of these abilities will become commonplace for us as we go through this natural galactic activation of our DNA, bringing us into a higher level of existence. So let us now surround the world with loving energy, sending energy and prayer and healing to all those places where people might be suffering, for a nice easing of war tensions and the fulfillment of these great prophecies that we have been so privileged to hear through this 25-year time loop. And so it is. Now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. Ooh, yeah, we're coming back. I still got 4 minutes, 6 minutes to go before a 5-hour mark. And we pray for the cat, the lost cat again. So we've got lots of interesting comments here. People say that was heavy. Boil a batch of cloves into a tea. Drink it before you sleep. It'll get rid of your coughing and phlegm. Thank you for all your time and energy, David. I'm glad you're back. And yes, this was a really great show, you guys. I have to say that even for me, as I've been hardened to all these Michael phenomena, these prophecies, these time loops, this one really dazzled me. Because how did they know I was going to transcribe this tape from 1999 in 2024? How did they know to say what was going to happen next year? How did they know to talk about the military? How did they know I was going to be eating beets and watercress? How did they know I would be walking around tree roots with water flowing over them every night when I walked these 2 dogs that I was walking with people from the hotel? I am so dazzled by what I'm seeing, and I'm dazzled and honored by the support of the Alliance, that they actually are taking this seriously. It is no accident that 45 posted that prayer on the same day. It is no accident that all of these events are converging. And now, I think I can say with strong confidence that the Alliance is going to do everything they can to have November play out in a normal way. So please, more than anything else right now, the number one teaching is to be more loving, more compassionate, more forgiving, more patient, to treat others as equals instead of as people who are less than you, to find the common ground, find ways you can be loving where maybe all you had in your mind before was judgment. And then, second of all, and only slightly less important than that, whatever the hell you have to do to get out there and vote, do it, make it happen. Do not wait for somebody else. Do not think that your state doesn't matter or that your region doesn't matter or, oh, I don't really need to bother with it. I'm too busy. I have too many other things to do. Get your ass out there. Get it done, no matter what. Ride that horse to victory. Stand out there with your sword and make your voice heard by the means that we are given legally. God Phoenix says, I think even Jesus is in awe of your hard work. Well, that's probably blasphemous, but the Logos did seem to be pretty happy because we had this big solar event right when I was talking about Garabandal. I'm really excited for the future, you guys. I can hardly wait, and I hope to get back on track and do videos more often and not be so sick. It's been very hard being this ill, and I'm probably just going to crawl back in bed pretty soon after we're done here. So anyway, I want to thank you guys for showing up for me. Thank you for being part of our meditation. And I want you to always remember that this is not doom and gloom. We're looking at a non-catastrophic ascension, and this process that we're going through, the exposure of evil on Earth, is what we need to have light body activation without pole shift, without the fall of Atlantis, without tsunamis, without supervolcanoes, without solar flash. It's just going to be peaceful because we have to get from 54%, that's our homework assignment, to get from 54% down to 50%. Phil Kasubris donated $50 to call heaven, let understanding stop at what cannot be understood is a high attainment. Those who cannot do it will be destroyed on the lathe of heaven, says Chuang Tzu 23. That's an awesome one. Thank you very much. Thank you, David, says Allison Carr. Our future is great. Much luck for you, David. Get better soon, says Gary Hyder Music. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good show, David. It ended with a bang. Well, you know me. I've always got to build that in, make it totally fantastic. So thank you guys for watching. I love you. I will definitely be back next week. I'm certainly healthy enough. I don't know if I'm going to do one before then. We'll find out how the week goes, but I will be back soon. And Raylene just donated. Thank you for giving peace of mind, the best gift. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We will see you guys next week. Thank you for watching the show. I really appreciate you and I love you. Thanks.